current chair of the Planning Commission. I want to welcome you all and say Happy New Year to you all. And we'll have a wonderful year, no doubt. So this is the Planning Commission meeting of Thursday, January 21st. And indivisible with liberty. We'll call the meeting to order. And first thing is the roll call, please.
Commissioner Ackerman.
Here.
Commissioner Fregoso.
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez-Parba.
Here.
Chair Green.
Here.
Commissioner Hamilton. Vice Chair Kierline. Commissioner Newton.
Here.
Okay, thank you. Look, it appears we have a full house today, both up here and in the audience, so this is going to be an interesting meeting. The next item, we move on to approval of the agenda from the commissioners. Any comments on the agenda, or do I hear a motion to approve?
I believe it's just a clarification question for 85 Bolinas Road. I don't think it needs to be pulled off consent, but I just wanted to, state that.
But that would be a question before we get to consent. So I'll move to approve the agenda.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor of approving the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the agenda has been approved with a comment about 85 Bolinas Road, which we will get to. So the next item is the election of a new chair and vice chair. So I have been very happy to serve as chair this year, and I'm also very happy to have someone take that position. So staff, how do you think we should we just nominate?
Yes.
Okay, can I nominate Laura Caroline to be chair for 2016, please?
Are we seconding or agreeing? I agree. She would be an excellent chair.
You might check to make sure she accepts.
I concur as well.
No objection.
How does Laura feel about it?
Well, last year I was not ready to accept, but my conflicts that I thought would interfere are working themselves out, so I accept your nomination.
Thank you. Thank you. Shall we elect the chair before going on to nominating the vice chair? Yes. Okay. So I guess are there any other nominations first? Okay. Well, so all those maybe we should make a motion to approve the nomination. First and second. Okay, so all those in favor of Laura Caroline becoming our new chair, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. And as soon as this part's done, we'll change seats.
Let the record show it's unanimous, I believe.
Unanimous vote for Laura Caroline as chair for 2016. We also need to nominate a vice chair, and I will let Laura take the position of doing that project.
And thank you, Mr. Chair, for a wonderful year of service to the Commission.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, so do we have any nominations for vice chair?
I would like to nominate Norma Fregoso.
I would second that nomination.
Okay.
I think that's an excellent nomination.
Yes, Norma, you brought a lot to this commission this year, and I think that would be a great idea.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I do have a lot going on, so I'm very happy not to be chair. But I think I can be your vice.
Okay, well, so all in favor of Norma Fregoso as vice chair?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any no's? Okay. So it looks like we have another unanimous vote in favor of Norma Fregoso for vice chair. So. The next item would be, we just want to remind everyone we're going to be observing the Robert Rules of Order. And is there anyone here from the public who would like to speak on any item that's not listed on the agenda? Okay, so
I have a comment on a non-agenda item.
Commissioner Green, you're going to want to wait till commissioners' comments and questions.
Okay, that's fine.
yeah, that's usually at the end of the meeting. We have that's listed on the agenda for time for commissioners to.
So, Madam Chair,
Through the chair, please. Commissioner Green was going to make a very simple announcement about the information at the back table that's available, so the audience would be aware of that, because they're not going to be here at 11 o'clock when we have that item before us.
Okay. So, Phil, is that what you wanted to say?
Yes, this comment was actually forwarded to me. Anyway, okay. So the Planning Commission is sponsoring a series of workshops regarding water conservation and creek maintenance over the next few months. Tonight, we have an information table at the rear of the room with brochures about water conservation and flood preparedness. Please stop by and pick up information and materials to help residents conserve water and apply for rebates on water conserving improvements. And I picked up one of these things that'll save you 10 gallons a day, so please visit the table. Also, at the February 18 Commission meeting, we will have a special presentation by Sarah Phillips from Marin Resource Conservation District regarding creek maintenance and rainwater capture. That will be very important for our residents. Please join us to learn how to take care of our creeks and examples of rainwater capture to take advantage of free water from heaven for use in our home gardens and landscaping. Water is our most precious and limited resource. Please join us over the next few months to learn more about how the community can protect and preserve our natural resources. Thank you.
Do you have one?
So now, Madam Chair, I believe you're now at the public comments on non-agenda items.
Okay, and I think I already asked, and I guess everyone here is for items that are on the agenda. So I guess the next item would be the consent calendar.
Yes, and I believe there's a question.
You had a question.
Yes, does anyone else have any questions regarding this item for staff before I just wanted to clarify, because I was on the tree committee and this project came before the tree committee a few times. I just wanted to verify that the proposal is just to put this proposed fence around so that the landscape areas aren't disturbed by.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with the redwood trees.
Okay, I just
not part of
wanted
it.
to.
Yes, I understand.
Okay. So, and I will say that I had to make a trip to Petaluma yesterday, and downtown Petaluma had this same type of design around redwood trees, and I thought that it looked, that it fit in well, so.
And Madam Chair, just for the record, item 2 on the consent calendar, 46 Westbury Avenue, application 16-02, we're recommending for continuance to the February 18th meeting. So if you approve the consent calendar, you're approving the continuance of item 2 also.
I'd make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I guess one other question. Do we need to ask if there's anyone in the public?
Yes, from the audience, if anyone would like
Okay.
to make a comment
Is there
on the
anyone
consent.
who wants to make any comments regarding 85 Bolinas Road? Looks like we have one. If you want to approach the podium. Well, no, you need to. We're taping, and they won't be able to hear your comments. So.
How's that? Okay. Hi, I'm just re-clarifying what you just asked, that this indeed has nothing to do with the redwood trees, and that if the landscape were approved, it wouldn't get in the way or readjust any decisions in the future for possible removal or approval of removal of the redwood tree. Just want to reconfirm.
Okay. Thank you. And
Is that accurate?
Yeah, this actually isn't a plan for landscaping. It's a plan for a very short, less than 3-foot fence around the landscape areas to keep people from walking through them.
And it wouldn't at all cause any kind of reissue or...
It has nothing to do with the
potential-
redwood trees.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. That's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, so do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move approval of the consent calendar.
Second?
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Madam Chair, will you give us just a moment to set up for item 3?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission, members of the audience present, and those at home watching, either live or the future broadcast, and those that might be tuned in to Mr. Holstead's live blogging on the IJ. We're here tonight to hear from the owner of the Wall property again, Mr. Marshall Rothman. If you recall, we heard this item, we discussed this at a formal workshop sponsored by the Town Council on October 22nd. You then revisited the results of that workshop or the event in November, and this is the second sort of discussion of Mr. Marshall Rothman's thinking of the development of the property. I just want to point out for the audience that we do not have a formal application yet from Mr. Rothman. There is no application pending. This is an effort, both the workshop in October, the discussion item at the November Planning Commission meeting, and tonight, this is an effort that we appreciate from Mr. Rothman to inform the public and have an opportunity for an informal back and forth before he formally submits, which is a big effort to put together all the pieces to go through the formal process. We also have a information sheet that we put out in 2013 on the process that Mr. Rothman is facing in order to go forward with the development of the Wall property. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Rothman. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Good evening to all the commissioners and Jim and Linda. Nice to see you again. For the record, my name is Marshall Rothman. I'm the managing partner of the group that owns the Wall property. I wanted to first thank you all for hosting this second session. The first session was so helpful. We had no idea really which direction we were going, and it really did help us get ourselves on track and understand some of the issues. After the first session, we took a fresh look at our options, this time with the benefit of that input and those suggestions, coupled with the continuing help of planning staff and some neighborhood group representatives. And I'd like to briefly update you on our conclusions and the points that we presented on some of the at the first study session. First, we had raised the possibility of standalone second units because they're encouraged in the general plan. And after subsequent review, we feel that this is probably not well suited for this site. It could adversely affect the feel of the neighborhood and increase traffic. So we're probably we're going to take that off the table entirely. Secondly, previously some of our neighbors expressed concern over the past landslides and ongoing maintenance downhill from us. The majority of the concerns were over on the Ridgeway side. We took a fresh look at that lot, which is a standalone 16-acre lot, and we felt that as it was a separate legal parcel and it had a good level building site down towards the lower end, which was not near any of the slide areas, that we would probably simply come in with a separate single-family residence application on that lot by itself. And the same goes for the small lot over on the Marinda side, which is the only one that's in the other zoning, which is 7,500 square feet minimum as opposed to 10-acre minimum. And it was suggested that we look at putting some of the houses down near the entry there. It's difficult from our research, and we did a lot of story polls and visual research and soils samples and things like that. It's difficult to find places down near the gate where we can place homes that are that can be not visible. I mean, the goal here is to make them the least intrusive, not only to the site but also to the neighborhood. And but we did find there are a couple spots, and one of them is that small Marinda lot has a has a nice site up towards the back corner of the lot. It's a little meadow. It requires no trees to be removed. The problem there then is that the access for that site is from Marinda Drive, steep. So we've determined that we'll probably grant ourselves an easement so a driveway can come from the top, which should solve that problem and also get it up off the street so it's not so intrusive to the neighbors.
Through the chair, excuse me, sir, could you just indicate which site that is on the map? Maybe you did and I missed it.
Well, I didn't. I don't have a pointer, but I'll come up there. This small parcel right here.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Okay, we're going to wait for questions after your presentation.
Yeah.
the easement for the driveway would come from just after the gate on the existing fire road. And the idea being that you can, if you get up a little to the level of the building site, you can go along the same contour without having to go up a steep hillside. It's a lot less intrusive, and by the way, less expensive for us. So that was the direction we're going on that lot. Now, the meat of the proposals that we're going to come in with now is the remaining 84-acre parcel, which is the largest, the big parcel in the middle. We had raised at the previous session the possibility of a cluster-type subdivision, which is also encouraged in general plan. And as this would require a general plan amendment, and a few people had encouraged us to stay within the current zoning and not amend the general plan, we took a fresh look at it to see if possibly we couldn't stay within the zoning, the current zoning, 10-acre minimum parcels, and still provide the benefits that a cluster subdivision affords you. We looked at the main benefits, and we identified them as being preserving the majority of the property in its natural state, and allowing the homes to be placed so as to utilize the existing road and the existing pads rather than go back in and cut different driveways and new pads, and it's very intrusive, and we already have this infrastructure there. It's all in one area, so it makes it easier for us to hide the houses. Also makes it cheaper for us to put in the road and things like that. We're trying to minimize the disturbance impact and also the cost. Now, you'll remember I committed to build state-of-the-art green homes of a single story where possible, which is, I think, we're looking at the design right now, and we've done some preliminary drawings, and I think it's going to be possible on most, if not all, of the lots. And we're going to, I also committed to situate them on the lots so that they would not be visible. And again, we've been out there, we've been back and forth from all points in Fairfax, and we've putting up poles and taking them down, putting them up, and I did this the last time as well. And we think that we can design homes that will be invisible from most places, if not all places, within the town limits. I'd also, as you recall, committed to preserve in excess of 90% of the property through conservation easement, deed restriction, or other mechanism that accomplishes this goal, and I stand by that. That's still our impetus. We then looked at providing for public access and use of the property. And as you know, the community has used this property for generations for all manner of recreation and enjoyment. Historically, and up to the present, there exists no easement or other legal mechanism guaranteeing such use and enjoyment. And you again recall at the last session my statement that I am committed to remedying this to ensure use and enjoyment by the community for generations to come, and I stand by that as well. I feel that, you know, in going through, having my surveyor up there and going through all the story poles and everything, that we've come up with a plan that accomplishes all of these and actually goes a little bit farther. And that's why I wanted to come in tonight and present where we had gotten to make sure that we weren't missing anything and get some input on those things. The computer's going to restart in a few minutes. What's
Yeah, I was just going to, I think.
I apologize for the quality of this map. I only just got this an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. You know, it's quite a lot of work to get out there with a surveyor and gerrymander all these property lines. We've got an 84.46 or 65 acre parcel, and it's a 10-acre minimum per parcel, 8 lots, which leaves 4 acres and 4.65 acres. And what I had proposed to my partners and what we wanted to do was to figure out how to create an open space parcel that would be gifted to the town that would include the areas that the public has been enjoying and would want to enjoy in perpetuity. And so you will see up on the map here the areas that are shaded in red, and that includes the very thin border areas. Those are proposed or would be included in this open space trail parcel so as to provide access and enjoyment. Commissioner Newton at the last session had mentioned that there were many who would not be happy if they lost the use of the current access up the road that they're utilizing. And the houses that we would be proposing would require a road up to their houses that they would have to improve, and that would be use and maintenance easement for those houses that they would be responsible for maintaining. It wouldn't cost the town anything. But it's still not very nice to walk on pavement, so we tried to make that portion of the parcel wide enough that a public trail could be set offside, so that you could still walk on. People could still walk on the road if they wanted to. That's a public parcel if we get this approved. But they would have the option on the side to have a nice trail on the side to walk up along the road. The road would only. The paved portion of the road and the easement for the houses would only go up to roughly halfway up that road, because we wanted to include the large pad. You'll see that if you look at the road up there, you'll see that there's a big pear-shaped piece that's red also that's adjacent to the road. That includes the Spirit Circle site, which is the largest pad up there, the one that the public has used historically, and they have the grooves of Spirit Circle in, and we wanted to include that in the public parcel so that they would continue to be able to use it. There is a pad right below it, but we felt that to build on that pad would negatively impact the use and enjoyment of that parcel. So while we did include that pad in the lot so that they could obtain their 10-acre minimum, we would be proposing that the building envelope be the next pad down. And it's hard to tell on this map, but you've got elevations there that are really quite high. The Spirit Circle pad is a full story and a half above the next pad down, which is 2 stories above the one down below it. So the house that would be built would be quite a ways down, and we think it wouldn't impact that Spirit Circle site. And as I said, the roadway at that point is a driveway servicing one house, be narrow, and then it would stop, and then it would be dirt, and it would be the open space trail parcel would go all the way to the top in the corner there. Some of the neighbors and representatives and I, they had represented that they would like to have a trail that was not next to the roadway, that was more in keeping with, getting out into nature. And we had 4.65 acres with which to work. So we went out last Friday and walked the southern property line, and you'll see that the red line that zigzags up off to the right on the map there, all the way up to the next corner up. And that is the path that we walked on the property line, looking to see if that didn't make sense to have a nature trail going up that way. And I have to say I was pleasantly surprised. It was really quite beautiful. It wasn't too steep. It had 3 ravines that were seasonal creeks and they were running well at the time with waterfalls and bedrock and just the most beautiful thing. There were meadows, there were fern forest areas, and so there was you'll see a couple of thicker portions up at the top there. We included more acreage in those areas because it gets steep there, and we may have to meander a bit to avoid having it be too steep. And that also we were able to include within that 4.65 acres. And then we had a little bit left over after that. And so we thought, well, maybe it would be a good idea, because at that point you're up at the open space up there, the other open space parcel. You can walk up to Teresa Court, and you can walk Oak Springs, where the houses are, back over to the other side, and you can do a loop. But we thought, wouldn't it be nice if you didn't have to walk on pavement up there? So I had my surveyor, which is why I got this map late, go out and see if he couldn't figure out a way that we could continue the trail. You see the red line along the top, the straight red line along top below the houses? We couldn't continue the trail all the way back and have it connect to the top of the Marinda Road Trail. And he, as I said a couple hours ago, gave me his conclusion that we did have room to do that. So we were thinking that would be the proposal that we would probably come in with, whereby, my interest was to see to it that the public use and enjoyment was not diminished. And in this way, I think it might be enhanced quite a bit, because you'll now have a loop trail that goes all the way over to the Ridgeway side. People on that side can get down this way, and you won't have to walk on the roads at all. I'll try to make this as brief as possible. Before I hand the floor back and field questions, in thinking about the various options here, there are a couple options which you're aware of. You know, this one that I'm proposing, possibly, and or we could sell it to another developer who'd come in with his proposal, which, quite frankly, is not my preference. But there is one other option I spoke with my partners about that I wanted to present. The third option is that if the community feels strongly enough about it that they want to put together a special services district or other mechanism to purchase that 84-acre parcel, we would be willing to sell it to the town, not to another developer. So if anyone's out in the audience thinking they're going to get a deal, not to another developer, but to the town for $3 million. And if they, that offer will stand until such time as we obtain a completed application for subdivision, and during that period of time, we'll be spending money towards that completed application time. It does give you some time, but also we would expect to get reimbursed for any monies we'd spent during that period of time on top of the $3 million, because quite frankly, if you exercise that option right before we get a completed application, we likely would be losing money to sell it at $3 million. So but we wanted to leave the option open as long as possible, so because those things take time to field. And with that, I'll turn the floor back to you and ask if you have any questions.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I would suggest that you start by having the commission ask Mr. Rothman some follow-up questions to his presentation, and then when you've had a chance to go back and forth a little bit, then open it up to the public for comment, and depending on the nature of the comments or questions coming from the public, allow Mr. Rothman to answer them as you go along, or to wait until you get to a sort of a critical point where he can come back and respond to some questions, because you are probably going to have a lot of people commenting. And I would, if you won't mind, I would like to just sort of circle back and paraphrase what I think I heard Mr. Rothman say, and also just sort of explain the map. And I apologize for not having a laser pointer tonight, which would have made your life a lot easier. My battery was out when I looked at it this afternoon. And again, just to reiterate what Mr. Rothman said, these plans have been coming in. I mean, we've got a first iteration just like yesterday, and then the final one just a couple hours ago. So we weren't able to provide them online to the public or to you all ahead of time. But if Mr. Rothman is agreeable, I'd love to put these up on the internet tomorrow on the town's website, and assuming that the town manager agrees with that. And then, of course, there's a recording of tonight. So if that's okay, can I just sort of paraphrase what I heard and walk the public through for a second?
Yes, I think that's a great idea.
Great. So just for those of you who might not be familiar with this snapshot of this part of Fairfax, the bottom right line is Sir Francis Drake, if you will. And then the colored sections are the property in question. And that sort of straight line at the top is actually the border with San Anselmo, I believe, correct? Mm-hmm. And then, for those that are familiar with the site, there's Manor Drive that ends, and it's a fire trail. That dark red line picks up where Manor Drive, sort of the lower right quadrant, picks up, and then it winds up the ridge. Miranda Drive, excuse me, thank you, Miranda Drive. So if I heard you, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Rothman, your game plan at this point is to take the standalone eastern lot and do a single house on that. Mm-hmm. And then that's UR 10, and that lot is 14 acres?
60.
60, yeah. And then, we lost the screen here for a second. Bruce, can you help me? So I'll continue. Mm-hmm. And then there's the small lot down at the bottom of Miranda Drive.
It's on Miranda, yeah. It's right before the end of Miranda.
Yeah, that is zoned RS 7.5, which requires a minimum of 7,500 square feet. Mm-hmm. And because of the topography, you're probably going to have to add a little land to that to meet our requirements. So those are the two sort of satellite pieces of the puzzle, if you will, mm-hmm. that you plan to move on independent of the disposition of the other 84 acres, right?
Correct.
And gist of accessing that other 84 acres is the continuation of Marinda Drive up what is now the fire trail that the public has been enjoying so much over time, correct?
That's right.
And so you're thinking with how to utilize per the current zoning of UR 10, which means 10-acre minimum per residential building site, is to stay within that zoning and carve that 84 acres up into at least 10 acres of 8 lots.
Correct.
Okay? And you plan on utilizing the existing pads on that are linked to that fire trail up the ridge, if you will, lower ridge, if you will, and that you've carved it up in such a way that all of the 8 lots reach that ridge of those pads.
Exactly correct.
And if I heard you correctly, you think you can actually design homes that for the most part are not seen.
Yes.
And you said previously at a prior discussion and at your presentation on October 22nd that you want to build homes that are no-see-um, that I'm losing my train of thought, forgive me. And you want to maintain the public access in some degree. And you've been working with the neighbors to try to figure out where that access works for both them and the homes, should they be granted to go on the ridge. Lastly, you've decided not to do second units because it will impact the transportation analysis in a negative way, which is going to be a touchy issue from what we've heard before with the neighbors that don't want greater impacts on the roadway system. And so you've given up on the second units. And then lastly, you're open to selling all 84 acres should an entity come along with the $3 million to secure the property.
So long as that entity was not a developer.
And as long as they weren't a developer, right? So here we are back on the picture. So the lots are in different colors, and the large lots equal 10 acres at least.
That's correct.
Correct? Is that a good summation of where you're at?
Absolutely. Spot on.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I didn't explain it more clearly. I'm just kind of frazzled.
No, it's good. Thank you.
Chair-
Okay,
Madam
Mimi,
Chair. Yeah,
yes.
Hi. I do have a couple questions, if I might.
Sure, go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Rothman. Thank you for being here. I have a couple questions, and maybe if staff can help me too. I thought that the whole property was a total of 98-something acres.
It is, but we've taken 2 parcels out of that.
So, but if one of those 2 parcels is 16 acres, and the other is less than 1 acre, the third one seems to me, my math might be wrong, 84 acres.
This is what my surveyor tells me we have.
All right, well, I had some questions about the math there, but
Well, I can have him look at it
I
again.
would like to get
You know,
a clearer understanding of the larger parcel, the one that you're talking about dividing up.
You know, I hadn't thought of that, but that doesn't add up, does it?
No, it doesn't.
I'll have to ask him about that.
Okay, so that's,
Because it means, you know,
we'll
if we
leave
have,
that one on the table
if we
there.
have extra acreage,
Well,
we can put it on the open space.
can I jump in for a second? The smaller parcel is, at this point, shown at about 7,500 square feet. So that's not a huge piece out of the 98 or 99 acres.
Well, 84 and 16 still makes 100, which is more than 98.
Correct. So we'll have to verify.
We'll have to verify that. Maybe it, I'm pretty sure that he had it down as 16. That may be a number that I got off an older map. As I said, I only just got this map. I didn't even have hardly a chance to look at it because there was so much traffic
Okay,
in there.
that's fine.
So, and one point of clarification on that point before you leave it. This is an onerous process to go through the Subdivision Map Act. So all this gets, has to be thoroughly thought through. It's a very...
I understand that, but I think that's the kind of fundamental mathematical thing that we should be pretty clear and able to be clear on in the future. The issues you raised about your concern about not diminishing public use and enjoyment, I really appreciate that. It's obviously a very important issue for me. And I wonder, the way you've divvied up the larger parcel into the 10-acre parcels, that would in my view, mean you were intending to sell, one house with an accompanying 10-acre parcel around it. And one of the concerns I have is something that we experienced recently up on that same area up at the top of Ridgeway, where one of the people that owns a parcel up there fenced it in.
I know that. I know the property.
And it really does diminish public use. It raises questions about wildlife corridors.
I agree.
And so, I wonder to what extent, and again, you don't have to answer this right away, but I just wanted to throw out the question, to what extent the homes that were sold would necessitate a 10-acre parcel being sold with them. It seems to me you could establish that you were developing one house per 10 acres with a map drawn the way you've presented here, but you wouldn't necessarily have to sell 10 acres with each house. And you might, I don't know, you obviously are going to get more money for a house with 10 acres. But what I'm asking, in order to help limit fencing around properties that really I think is going to be a problem.
We're on the same page.
Okay.
And I did think of that. We have to deal with the legalities of the complying with the zoning, and also deeding someone a piece of property and having it be, you can't subdivide the house off per the MAP Act. However, and this is why I had mentioned the conservation easement, deed restriction, or other mechanism, because we need to craft some mechanism which effectively makes that land non-developable outside of their building envelope. I've done it on other projects, and it works quite well if you make sure you get your wording just right. And it would preclude, the homeowner would have title of that property, but they wouldn't be able to do anything with it, including put a fence on it. It would stay in its natural state, undeveloped and untouched in perpetuity, and it would run with the land. If they sold it to somebody, it would run with the land. They'd have to accept it as part of the title report, and that would be a deed restriction or conservation easement or whatever mechanism that the attorneys feel that they can craft that's enforceable. Because I'm not interested in seeing fences up there any more than you are. It does interfere with natural wildlife travails, and also we have trails up there. We don't want to start chopping those up. Plus, it's ugly. I saw that fence up there. It's not my preference. I didn't even know these guys were going to put it there, and that's besides the gazebo. But anyway.
And okay, so thank you. That was it.
No problem.
Okay. Shelley?
You said that you weren't going to do the second units.
Mm-hmm.
Without the second units, were the size of the houses or the assumptions about the size of the houses changed at all? Or were you just simply removing the second units and leaving the size of the house assumptions the same as what you presented in the past?
We do need to recover our investment, and people buy houses per square foot. And we would therefore probably be closer to the total square foot with the second unit, but we would not have that rental unit. We're still going to try to keep the houses, below 3,500 square feet if possible. And if, to the extent that we can, we're going to design them as single story. Some of the lots will probably get a little smaller. Some of them will get a little bigger depending on the envelope we have. But that's our average that we're looking for. I don't personally believe that you need much more than that. I think that's more than enough. And that's where we'd like to limit it.
The location of the buildings, in terms of, while I hear that clustering the lots by carving out smaller lots didn't work out, or you decided not to look in that direction because of all of the exceptions you'd have to get for that. Mm-hmm. The actual locations of the built infrastructure, however, is that similar to what you had presented before when you were going to have the smaller lots, or have the locations of those buildings changed?
It's unchanged, except that we have fewer houses going up on the 84 acre parcel because we're now going to build the Marinda parcel down below and the Ridgeway parcel separately. So we only have 8, and we had proposed, I think, 9 or 10, depending on which scenario. So we only have 8 up there, which made our life a little easier because we could get the houses down away from the Spirit Circle site. There was something else I was going to mention, but anyway, go ahead.
And I know there was a question last time, or some concern about ridgeline development. Have you kind of looked at I guess there were some other lots or some other buildings that were kind of close to some of the ridge lines. Where is your thinking on that?
We did look at that. In fact, we looked at it quite extensively, putting up poles and going around trying to see where we can look. And, you know, the ridge line, the impetus behind most of the ridge line ordinances is that you don't silhouette a house, it isn't visible. And we chose sites that were large enough and situated high enough and back enough such that we could push the houses back into the hillside, and they would not be visible at all, let alone daylight. I mean, it's just not, it wouldn't be physically possible. You would have to be up on Mount Tam to see them, and then, even then, the way that we're designing them, you'd have landscaping to mitigate that, you'd have roof materials, things like that. You make sure that you have eaves that would not allow reflective windows at late in the day, all of those things. And also, not only that, when we do come in with an application, we intend to come in with a design review package on each and every lot. So during the approval process, not only would you be able to see exactly what was going to be there. We'll have elevations, story poles, everything. So, just so there is no question that what's going to be there. Because if you approve a building envelope, and then you got to come back, people come back in, and you have to deal with what they want, and there's that hassle. I'd rather have it all known at the time.
Thank you. That actually answered the next question that I was going to ask staff, which was, it sounds like if they're staying within the 1 unit per 10 acres, they're not asking for any exceptions there. I was just going to ask, besides design review, what other kinds of process there was, but if it all comes in as one package, that answers my question.
Okay, any other questions from commissioners to Mr. Rothman?
I have a question. Have you been able to determine how many of the existing pads you would use under this new design?
Well, we'd use 8 of them, but
You would use.
But there are I think 12 of them or 13, okay, depending on where. Some of them have grown over a bit down below, but we wouldn't be using all of them. And then there's the Spirit Circle also site. Right.
Okay. And in terms of your timeline, can you repeat what your timeline is before you make a decision whether you're going to move forward or sell?
Well, we didn't want to make any decisions until we had this session, because we wanted to make sure that we had given everyone a chance to see where we were going, because the last one was kind of vague. We had a few maps, we didn't really, and this time, we tried to incorporate the concerns that were voiced at the last session, and we now have something that's cohesive, but I wanted to make sure we didn't miss anything, and I don't want to write anything in stone and start doing studies, which are quite expensive, and maps and surveying before we have heard from everybody. And probably, assuming nothing comes up that is insurmountable, it's still going to take some months to get, we can't even begin to put together an application of this magnitude in a very short period of time, because you have to have all sorts of studies to submit, and people are busy now. They're very busy. Try to get people.
Anyone else? Okay, I just want to clarify, maybe you can elaborate a little bit more about why you've kind of decided not to, I don't know, check out more the cluster development. Is it because of the visibility issues, or, were you not able to reuse the building pads? Maybe you can elaborate a little bit more on why you decided not to.
Let me be perfectly clear. I know sometimes I ramble a bit. This is the cluster subdivision. The only difference is that instead of having small lots inside of a large parcel, which is a normal cluster, the very same building sites, very same size, very same location, is inside 10-acre parcels, which are restricted and can't be used. So it's basically a mechanical mechanism so that we can stay within the constraints of the current zoning, and don't have to go out and go through the hassle of doing a general plan amendment and all of that. But basically, I think we've incorporated all the benefits of the cluster subdivision with no downsides.
Go ahead.
So essentially you're saying the physical built infrastructure remains clustered, it's just the lot lines that are not clustered.
Exactly right, yes.
Okay.
So I just have one brief question. So based on that just recent discussion about that it appears to be a cluster, but it isn't, what is going to prevent someone from building something else on their 10-acre lot, or designing some landscaping that doesn't fit in the area or something like that?
Very, very well written and well worded deed restrictions and or conservation easements. They will have a building envelope where they can build, where they can build the house that we've designed and gotten approved by you, and that's it. And they won't be able to do anything else without coming back to you and asking you to give them a variance, which I presume is not going to be well received. I mean, they always have the option to appeal, but they don't have the right to do anything with it, the way we'll word it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I guess we're ready to open.
This may be clear to everyone else but me, but where is the part that you would be proposing to sell to someone other than a developer, an entity other than a developer, relative to the remainder of these 10-acre parcels? Is that the same land we're talking about?
I'm not, the part that I offered to sell to the town is except for that small parcel that I pointed out early, down there in the corner, would be all of that land that's colored.
So like 97 acres approximately.
No, this is 84 acres. It wouldn't include
that's
the
another,
Ridgeway lot.
so those are two different options? Okay.
So it wouldn't include
Sorry, I was just clarifying. It's an either or. Either you have eight houses, or the whole thing gets sold to the town.
Right.
Those are options. Those are
Right.
alternate options, not concurrent development.
And understand, I build houses for a living. That this is employment for a long time, and I want to live here also. But so it's not to my best interest to sell it, but I wanted to make sure that that option was available, and we believe in keeping things above board and on the table. And so I convinced my partners to at least present the option, and we'll stand by that if you want to exercise it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rothman, I'm still slightly confused.
Okay.
So the offer to the town or another public entity, not a developer,
Right.
is for how much of the 98 acres?
84 acres.
84
plus, 84.65, something like that.
So can I clarify, just so everyone's clear? There's an eastern lot that's not represented on here, correct?
Right.
It's not colored in.
Right.
That he's proposing to unilaterally develop with a house up on an area that he feels is a pad. It would be accessed from another direction. And then there's the small lot that's zoned RS 7.5, minimum lot size 7,500 square feet. Those two he's taking out, in his mind, out of the equation, okay? The remainder is approximately 84 acres that you're seeing colored here, with the exception of the small lot is down there in the right corner. So everything except that the easternmost lower right quadrant piece, all the color represents the approximately 84 acres that he will either attempt to subdivide into 8 10-acre minimum parcels, or he's saying he will offer to a non-development entity for $3 million, correct?
Correct. And understand also that those two parcels that we're taking out, they'll have to go through their process as well. They'll get scrutinized as well.
Any other questions before we open? Okay, so are we going to impose a time limit on the speakers public who wish to make any comments?
Yes, and I believe the timer is covered up right now.
What is the allotted amount of time we're going to be?
Well, you might take a show of hands to see how many folks want to speak, and then you can reassess whether you want to.
I'll relinquish the floor and then come back. And
answer. Exactly. And so you might want to just take a show of hands and then do a quick count, 3 minutes times, however, and if you want to shorten it to 2. And often in the past, chairs have also said, if someone's going to basically reiterate something that's been said before, you can simply say, I echo what has been said in that regard.
Okay, so how many people would like to make a comment on, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it's 1. Okay, so it looks like we have a few, so I guess we'll do 2 minutes, okay? So,
Might let Linda have a moment to set up.
okay.
Because it's programmed for 3. And since you can't see it, Madam Chair, we'll try to signal you if I can see it. And the folks that are speaking, of course, can see it too. Maybe we could get going while we work on and somebody could take an informal, it might take a moment. So why don't you get going?
Okay, so anyway, we're going to go ahead and open the public comment period. So please approach the podium, and we'd like to hear your comments.
It's also helpful to have them line up if possible.
Yeah, and please line up against the wall so that we can make sure that anyone who wants to speak has the opportunity to.
And you have to hit the button, let go. The red light comes on. You have to hit it. There's a little red light on the, there you go. And then pull it up so you can speak right into it. Bend it up. There you go. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely. Madam Chair?
Let's go ahead.
Is the, according to the gerrymandering that's done here, is that, does that fit past the UR10 code? Or is there any restraint on the code, on the UR10 zoning that says you can't do this type of gerrymandering? It's a question.
I guess that would be a question if staff could answer that.
So the code is a minimum of 10-acre parcels in the UR10 zone. And he has to go through both the town's ordinance for subdivision and also the California Subdivision Map Act. And that's a very onerous legal process to create legal lots.
Yeah,
but I think the code, the zoning would require at least 10 acres per home, okay. So a buffer of some sort around.
So other than 10 acres, it does not matter how the geometry is of that zone?
Well, there's certain caveats in the town's code that when a parcel's fronting, for example, a public road, there's an effort to make parcels perpendicular to a public road. Mm-hmm. In this case, you have a very unique circumstance of a large parcel in a varying topography with a very limited access road. So if he was successful in subdividing the parcels and creating the roadway on the existing fire trail, then I think he would have quite a bit of latitude with how those parcels are laid out. But it would be a public process. It's very detailed, and it requires submitting a preliminary subdivision map that goes through a public process review.
Yeah, I get it that it goes through a process. My question is, does this, what's been shown here, fit within the UR10 zoning restrictions or not?
Yes.
Thanks. Can somebody point out where these plots are for these eight plots? Where the actual buildings are going to be, houses are going to be?
Yep, Mr. Rothman, can you please, because I think we're all kind of a little confused. So, and if you can stand there. Oh, Jim, do we have a microphone we can give Mr. Rothman?
Hello? Okay. Let me step back a bit. This is the Spirit Circle site, and that's the roadway as it comes up. You see there's a flat, you look at the contours, there's a flat area right there. That would not be buildable. The building site on this lot would be right here, down, and if you look at the contours there, if you're familiar with contour maps, there's quite an elevation change there. The next pad is directly below it here. The next one for this lot is directly below that here. On this side, you have this lot has a pad down here, and there's an easement across those two lots to get to it. This parcel has a building site right there. So as you see, there's 1, 2, 3 right down the road. This parcel has a building site right there. And this parcel here has the next building site here. You see an open area. And what we look for is we don't want to build on steep hills. It's expensive, it's intrusive, and it's visible. So we try to stick them back, on flatter spots, and that's what you see. And this parcel right here has a little nose right here. That one will be the hardest one to set back in to the hillside, but we've done some research, and we think we can do it without it being visible. And if necessary, we'll plant some trees, but I think we can do it without it being visible. That accounts for all 8 of them. And then this parcel, the small parcel here, which will come in separately, that building on site is way over here in the corner. Does that answer your questions?
Yeah, on that one with the green one, how far down does that go?
This one here?
Yeah, where the house is, where's the buildable?
Well, there's a couple sites on this one, and we have to do more research before we come in with an application to identify the building envelope, because we don't want to be vague. We want to have a design review package. There are 2 sites on this parcel. One of them's back up here. It's a smaller site, but it's easier to make invisible. And the bigger site is right here, but it's more problematic for visibility. So we're still doing investigations on that to see which one makes more sense, and we don't want to propose something that we don't think we can do.
So personally speaking, my house is directly behind or in front of that second place. So I would prefer, if you build it, that you build it on the first one.
Point taken.
Okay.
Now, where would your house be in relationship to this one?
It's directly below it.
Directly below it. That is quite a distance, and there's quite an elevation difference.
Yeah, but it depends on what you do with it.
Well, if we did anything there, we'd be.
Thank you. I think we'll move on to the next question.
And Madam Chair, I know you've just assumed the chair position. It's you can invite people to offer up their name and where they live. It's not required to. It's voluntary if people want to mention their name and where they live in town or not.
So next comment.
Hi, my name is Liz Froneberger. I live at the end of San Gabriel Drive. And if you could, I think I know what I'm looking at, but would you mind pointing out to me the end of San Gabriel Drive in relationship to this map?
I'm not sure I know where the end of San Gabriel is. I think this is San Gabriel up here, right? Yes. That's right. Right, that's correct. Okay, and you're on San Gabriel Court or San Gabriel Drive? So you'd be up here. Correct. And we wouldn't be proposing any houses in that area.
I understand that, but I just want to make sure that this stays at the forefront of conversations about drainage, about eventually selling to other people, about the city possibly buying this land. What I understood, I was actually away for the October 24th meeting, but I want to make sure that everybody understands that that whole ridgeline at Oak Springs Road, there was a substantial landslide and land movement, and it involved a number of private homeowners up on the top, the city of Fairfax, the city of San Anselmo, that there are 3 major drainages that empty into our backyard, my husband and mine, on that side, and that everybody, all the houses at the end of that road have been majorly impacted by mud and water flows and that sort of thing. So regardless of what is designed, sold, preserved, etc., when we're talking about improved land, unimproved lots, etc., you get into some pretty sticky wickets in terms of if anybody else is going to do anything that affects the drainage into our area. So I just want to throw that out there, and I would invite any of the other homes, any other people who are impacted by those drainage systems to make sure that those studies are really quite thorough, and that any studies that are done, like, for example, deep drilling and that kind of thing, isn't going to disrupt that rock and movement, because this is not a stable area at all. Thank you.
So I think we'll, Mr. Rothman, if it's okay, I think we should hear the comments, and then you can respond afterwards so that we can, hopefully everyone then can get their comments and we can all get answers.
That's what I had planned.
Okay.
My name is Helen Strodel, and I live at 95 Chester Avenue. And where is the parcel that you were talking about that is not highlighted on the map? Can you, if you could show me, yeah, that'd be great.
The parcel that's not highlighted, the Ridgeway parcel, it comes down here, all the way down, and the,
Whoops.
I believe it wasn't.
Electronics. Everything I touch seems to go
Yeah.
out like
Isn't that parcel accessed like off a Ridgeway?
Yes, it comes off of Ridgeway on the other side. And the home site that we've identified on that parcel is down near the Ridgeway access, not up on the top. It's just, there was some concern about it being narrow up there and things like that. We just felt it would be better. Let me see how we're doing here.
And could you point that out again as soon as the map gets stable?
This is Ridgeway right here, and it does go up the hill. It's a dirt road, but our access would be off of there, and the building site is right down in here. And it's, as you can see from the topography here, it's flat up there.
Because there was a parcel of land up there that recently sold, I think, 125 Ridgeway. Oh, 125 Ridgeway. And I'm wondering do we know who bought that? Did you or any of you didn't buy it? So we don't know, we have no information about the people who currently own 125 Ridgeway.
Yeah, you can contact the tax assessor and find out who purchased it, but we don't.
Okay.
We only find out about property when there's houses on it and it sells, so.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Jessica Green, and I live on Ridgeway. Hear me now? Okay. Yeah, originally it seemed like he was approved for much smaller parcels. And I'm wondering why we have to have 10-acre parcels here when he was originally approved for smaller areas.
He has not been approved for anything.
I mean, originally when he was,
Do you mind if I respond, Madam Chair?
Yeah, go, please.
He has not been approved for anything. The zoning for that area is UR10, which requires a minimum 10-acre lot per house.
Oh, okay. What's, about this thing about fences, what's going to stop a particular owner from putting up a fence? I mean, if they buy a parcel with a land, with a house on it.
We're proposing to put deed restrictions or conservation easement or other mechanism that runs with the land. It's on their title report that precludes them from doing anything on that land. And if somebody does something on that land, it's a violation. It would be enforced by the town.
Okay, so I guess the other piece of land up there that has a fence around it didn't have a deed restriction because he just went and put a bunch of fencing around it. Yeah, so I'm also wondering whether that path we walk up from Ridgeway that goes up to Oak Springs, is that one going to be available for people to walk on?
That's not on my property. That's public property.
Oh, okay. Okay, I guess that's all I have to say right now.
Barbara Cedarblade, 116 San Gabriel Drive. I want to echo what Liz Fraunenberger said about the instability of the land between Oak Springs and the end of San Gabriel Drive. We had 40 cubic yards of mud in our yard in the at, you know, New Year's Day on 2005. And every winter, you know, small earth movement, get a dumpster, spend a few $100s and get some guys. But we did have a couple geotechnical engineers come out, and they talk about 115 to 200, you know, cubic yards of earth that could easily end up in our backyard. And I'm concerned about the red areas. If I could just have a clarification, is that intended to be public property? Because from what I see, that would be the exact mud that would end up in my backyard, which would be, I don't know what recourse I would have if it was in my backyard. If you don't own it, but the town owns it,
I understand your concern, and it's a valid concern. The red area would be a public lot, but it's a very narrow strip, and you know, anytime that a landowner is impacted by another property owner, they have recourse in the courts and per zoning. You'll be happy to know that when we walked that last Friday, I was looking because I'm aware of, you know, you made me aware last session. I saw no signs of any kind of slippage or loose soil. In fact, those 3 ravines that come down were very clean, and one of them was actually washed all the way down to bedrock. It was just a smooth bedrock.
Yeah, there is a water course etched in rock from halfway up the hillside all the way down. No earth is going to move there. Yeah. It's the meadowland up above which is being disturbed by the pipe that San Anselmo built in 2006. I'm going to have to write you guys a letter, and I don't need to take up more time, but the bottom line is, you know, as Liz said, I echo that, very unstable, that entire meadowland up there. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chris Bertocchi. I live at 84 Chester Avenue in Fairfax. I have some general questions and comments just related to the map and the orientation that will help us in the audience understand related to the red shading, which I understand now to be public access, but also the spirit circle. Many of us hike in that area and don't quite understand what that reference is. We understand the labyrinth and wonder if that's what that refers to. We also wonder about the story poles and pads, if those are obvious right now, that we can see those on site, or if there's something that the story poles are being assembled and then removed. The other question relates to the access and the 16.25 acre parcel, how it's intended to access that site, and if that could be included on the map in the future, because it's included in the discussions. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jane Richardson Mack. I live at 49 Madrone Road and have lived there for, I don't know, 25 or so years. I'm coming rather late to this party, and I apologize if I don't make any sense, but looking at this map, it would be very helpful to one such as me to see where the areas are, like where's this house, where's that house, where's this 10-acre parcel, where's that, and how come there's something off to the right that isn't colored that's also going to be built on. My wish, my dream would be that some multitude of angels could come and buy the whole thing and just leave it wild open space. To do what you are proposing to do is, in nature, a calamity. I mean, there are birds and deer and foxes. Who knows the wildlife that lives here, which is part of the reason a great many of us live here. They've used this forever, how long? And now with houses and people and the possibility that people may build fences and then somebody's going to have to take them to court to take it down or whatever. By that time, it's going to be too late. At the very least, I would like to see a map with at least a pencil and overlay of where is each house, how much land does each one have, and how come the part that's over on the right that isn't colored in, could that please be colored in as well? And then an extra overlay that somebody, some kind-hearted person who cares about nature and wildlife would draw in wildlife corridors where animals and where wildlife can connect on this property to the open space that adjoins it. And dreamers make wonderful things happen, so maybe there's a bunch of us. Thank you.
Hi. Well, can you point out where I'm at 3 Roca Drive. Can you point out where Taylor meets Roca on that map off of Sir Francis Drake, which is basically behind Ya Baby and Barefoot Cafe, just to get a sense of your map?
I'm not sure that I know where those all
Because,
meet.
it's really hard to look at a map like this when you don't know how it relates to your own
I know,
home.
it is difficult, and I'm more used to looking at them myself. This would be Sir Francis Drake here.
I'm sorry, point exactly? Okay.
This is Sir Francis Drake going here. And then you have...
where is Taylor?
Right. That's
Okay.
Taylor? Okay.
Terrific.
And this is Marinda Drive coming off of Sir Francis Drake right here.
And that's the old St. Rita's site.
Right, that's
so
the
the land above that, where is that?
This land here?
Uh-huh.
That is on the other parcel.
Okay.
That is another separate parcel, which will come in under a separate application.
That you own?
Yes.
Okay.
And that building
okay.
site would be right here, way back.
And you can't disclose what you're planning for that at this
Oh,
time?
no, we'll be coming in with a complete design review package on that as well. It's just a bit cumbersome to do them both at the same time. And that, I have a partnership.
Great, got it.
I have to give the partners what they want.
Okay, and then as far as the rest of the site, can you give us the impact on how much concrete will actually be put down, like in miles? Because, your plan's fantastic to just do 10 homes. I mean, we're not talking a huge, amount of homes here, but what's the amount of cement?
Can you answer this now? Or you want me to wait till after?
Yeah, so you can maybe answer that.
I can answer that.
Yeah, in the future, that would be great. And then how many days, also have a question, how many days effectively would an organization have to come up with a $3 million? So what's the actual date? There are a lot of open space organizations that we might need to contact between now and then.
I think it's more like months. Maybe a year.
Maybe, okay, great. And lastly, will future commerce happen on those sites, say, horse stables, farms, and the possible impact that a business like a stable would bring to the area? That's another concerning question. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Philip Benson, and I live at the top of San Gabriel Drive. And as mentioned during the October meeting, I'd like to support what my neighbor Liz Fronenberg said, and my other neighbor who lives on San Gabriel Drive. That entire area below the ridge line is unstable, and we had a major mudslide. It caused significant amount of damage, lots of legal entanglements and people getting involved. Dr. Wall and the neighbors up on the ridge in San Anselmo, and I would like to know if there's if a house is being considered to be built on that open area, in that open space, and what the drainage considerations are. When I spoke to Mr. Rothman the last time, I was very surprised to find out that he was not aware of the slide, and I thought that would be something that would be part of when he purchased the property, that Dr. Wall's representatives would have had to have disclosed, because that's a major aspect of being able to build on that property, that because it would either preclude the ability to build or it would require major drainage considerations. So I've not heard the drainage considerations addressed for that area, and I'd like them to be. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Judy Hitchcock. I live at 90 Chester. I kind of echo what people have said about the map. I'm having a hard time figuring out where things are. Can you point out where Oak Springs is? Okay, that is Oak Springs. Okay, so then is that what we call the labyrinth, the little triangular thing?
Yeah, this is the labyrinth.
Okay, and so from there, it goes down, it's just a trail now, right? So you're planning on building a road?
No, it was once a road. It's just been encroached by the Scotch Brim, and we would be coming up to here.
So you'd be kind of making that whole thing into a road then?
It is actually, if you look at it, it's a fairly wide road, but the vegetation is encroached.
But then you're going to put more houses down there that won't have roads off of them? I mean, the ones that...
No, they'll be accessed directly on that road, or slightly off of it. They'll have driveways.
Okay, it'd be really helpful to kind of get more of a sense to have as an overlay where all the different roads are to kind of see where it is. My other question is having to do with Ridgeway. The top of Ridgeway now, it goes into a fire trail. Are you talking about turning that into a road? I mean, we've had debates about this for many, many years. So, and where are you talking about building? As if you get to the top of Ridgeway and the fire road begins, this piece over there that's not on the map that you're talking about, where in relation to the top of Ridgeway and the beginning of the fire road is that?
While I'm up here, this is Ridgeway here, and it goes off in this direction. This is the trail that you're talking about. The parcel that is not delineated on the map is actually on the map. And the building site's down here. The access is off Ridgeway here in this swale without being steep. We have no, and by the way, this Ridgeway is not on our property. That's a public right-of-way.
Pardon me?
It's public. That's already owned by the town, I believe. It's just a paper road. We don't own that, and we have no plans to change that at all.
So where's the piece that you're talking about that's not on the map that you're going to build?
Well, the building site is here, rather, and you come out. This is Ridgeway. Ridgeway, the pavement stops about here. There's a gate, and then it's dirt for this little section. This is up here is where the guy put the fence. That's his parcel, actually right here. And can everybody see this? And then what we would do is put a driveway or access down to this fairly flat site here, and this would remain the same up above.
So I'm sorry. So the site is on an existing road, the Ridgeway now, that exists.
The parcel is adjacent to the existing road, Ridgeway, which is
between what addresses? Because we all live up by there, so we know the addresses. And where are you talking about?
I don't think there's addresses up there yet because, as I said, this is the pavement stops here. I don't know if they have addresses on the houses that are on the other side of the dirt, but there's a proposed house here. I think he's approved actually for this parcel here, and he's got a building permit. I understand, or a planning approval. But these properties, these are lots that are created and that are adjacent to a public road. They have access.
Okay, so you're not talking about the road, the fire road then? You're not talking about anything off of the fire road? You're just talking about the end of the actual paved road that you're talking about building?
Well, that is Ridgeway. As it goes up, it's dirt. It continues. It's just not paved.
Right.
And that's...
So you're not going to build anything off of an unpaved road?
Well, we would have to pave it. We'd have to pave that section.
Thank you. You just answered what...
It's a small section. It's this section from this corner to here.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Emily Bond, and I am a very new resident of Fairfax. I moved here 3 months ago, and sitting there, I was trying very hard to understand the map, and I thought I didn't understand it because I'm new, but I am quite relieved to hear from my neighbors that they equally are confused by the map as I have been. So I just have one or two comments and suggestions for Mr. Rothman, if I may. Besides the suggestion for overlaid and another overlay on top of an overlay to make things clear about where the houses are, that the maps, and I do appreciate the handout that you gave us and the even color-coded, but I really had trouble just finding my own street, San Gabriel Drive, and the main street, Sir Francis Drake. So if you can label on your map that you provide us next time, just the street so that I could orient myself, because I was turning the paper just different ways and just couldn't figure out where I could find my house. And also, I had a hard time reading the fonts. You gave us a handout, a beautiful handout, but I couldn't read it. So just better visuals, please. Thank you.
I live at 78 San Gabriel Drive, and I just want to comment that if this goes through and those lots are developed and the road is paved up there, the whole entire process, at that point, no one will be able to access any of that because there'll be heavy equipment, there'll be paving equipment, there'll be construction trucks, there'll be, you name it, in order to develop that whole area. So during that time frame, that will be unavailable to whoever has used that. It won't be accessible, in other words, is what I'm imagining, right?
I can answer that when I get it.
Okay.
Good evening, Frank Ager, 13 Midway, Fairfax. You know, for the neighborhood to really understand what's going on here, that 16-acre parcel needs to be colored in, and the access to it needs to be shown on the map. You know, to say that, well, we have these parcels over here, and there's one over here at 16 acres, and it's, you know, it's not part of this. It is part of that. I mean, same owner owns the entire parcel, so the 16-acre parcel needs to be colored in. So the question I have, are the 8 10-acre lots going to be sold as empty lots or empty parcels, or will the developer build a house on each one and sell a developed parcel? Just a question. And then we need to know what street will be used to access each of all the parcels. You know, in looking, not being able to quite tell, it looks like the 16-acre parcel comes out over the top of Jolly Hill, maybe, or right around that area. So the question is, how will it be accessed? I think the developer said he would access it through Ridgeway, but Ridgeway ends at the pavement. So if Ridgeway is the street, then someone's going to have to show how he gets from the edge of the pavement to his parcel on a street that's not accepted as a public street in Fairfax. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other speakers after this gentleman here?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Scott Hochstrasser. I live at 141 Bolinas Road. I'm a land use planner. I've been doing this for 30 years. This is the most contorted subdivision map I've ever seen in Marin County. And it's not Mr. Rothman's fault. It's the fault of your zoning. And I'm kind of depressed and disappointed that the general plan and the zoning haven't created some very creative and very sort of consistent way for Mr. Rothman to do his land division that has something less than all these contorted lots. They're really bizarre. I really appreciate his plan to cluster the housing development at a lower part of the road, but I think the zoning is pushing him to do the most bizarre land division I've ever seen. And I really think what might be the best solution is for you, the Commission, and the Town Council to revisit your zoning ordinance, because this is a bizarre approach to this development. And there's an opportunity here to do some kind of specific plan in collaboration with the town and Mr. Rothman, because he has the best intentions, I believe, to do the right thing consistent with the densities that are proposed. And I think if he does some baseline ology reports, we call them, geology, biology, hydrology, and he looks at the constraints of the site and its physical characteristics and topology, he'll come up with this very similar plan to what he has, but it's not communicated by this design, it's not communicated by this plan, and it's confused the community and will continue to misinform them about what his intentions are. I think Mr. Rothman is on the right path to cluster the housing development. I think the zoning is forcing him to do these most bizarre lots, and nobody knows what's going to happen with those. And I think there's an opportunity to do a small cluster development with some residential use areas around that, maybe an acre or two around each house, and leave all the rest of the land in open space. And I think that's what you really want. That's what he's trying to do. But he's got to do this basically extruded through what your zoning ordinance requires, and it's absolutely bizarre. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Last one, I hope. Barney Chapman. I live at 261 Marinda Drive in Fairfax. So that's the last house on Marinda Drive. I've been there for 46 years and seen a lot of changes throughout the Marin County. particularly in San Anselmo and beyond. Fairfax is lesser amount, of course. My question is that you mentioned that perhaps we could pay $3 million and buy the property and keep it. The board might be able to know where would you find the funds, from the city or private agencies or millionaires. So that's a question I have for you and anybody else in here that might have the answer for it. And one final note, there are a lot of mudslides on this area. I've had one on my property when I first moved in. There's the one across the street's pending now, which is a minor one. In fact, there's two across the street from 261 Marinda Drive. Thank you.
David Weinsoff, 138 Ridgeway. Always hesitant to speak for another who can speak for himself, but since Commissioner Newton raised, I think quite wisely, the issue of where we are on fences, and the fence which adjoins the property right next to mine, I believe I can address, perhaps, although he's quite able to do so for himself, my neighbor's thoughts when he put up that fence. The problem was that there had been a private property owner there for many years, Mike Rosa, who was a pillar of the community. And Mike, for all those many, many years, used to go up and clear out the beer cans, take down the fires, sort of have the homeless people move on, and sort of care for the land and just basically haul out trash. New neighbor bought the property at the top of the market for $1 gazillion and left it open for the neighborhood to use just as it had before, except now there were more fires, tons of beer cans, all-night raucousness, and his house, nice modest house, is set down a little bit below. And guy basically couldn't sit in his hot tub with his girlfriend because people would roam all over his property as if it was theirs. So I might say that on one occasion I asked a drumming circle after a number of hours if they might consider wrapping it up. And I was told that how could I possibly do this, being that it was public property. And when I told them that it was, no, not, in fact, it's private property, they took a different opinion. So the fear that I have is the very fear of people spending $1 gazillion and then finding that the good people of Fairfax and elsewhere begin to treat their private property as public property. And how then we hear quite rightly that people on the commission and elsewhere get upset about this. I think it comes down to the fact that the folks in Fairfax, let's just put it on us, have to understand what is public and what is private and behave accordingly and show some sense of decorum and respect for other people's private property. Thanks.
Okay, so do any of the commissioners have? Oh,
there was a few,
close,
Madam Chair, there was a few questions that I think Mr. Rothman might be able to address, if you wouldn't mind stepping up. I heard something about how much concrete each site would require, which is, I think, an impossible question to answer at this point.
Well, I can address it partially. But let me first answer the most recent speaker's point, and it's a point well taken. I am currently charged with cleaning up those homeless encampments and getting rid of the fires, and it's a big concern. And I've spoken with the police department and given them carte blanche access to the property to enforce trespassing laws. And it's not my intention to keep the public from going on there, but you have people who don't respect that. And this is an issue that is systemic and that is not something that we can plan away, that everybody has to deal with. But I know from experience in 40 years in this industry that land is best maintained by an owner who lives on the land. Absentee owners or public owner property where there's nobody on the property all the time, you have many more problems. Much of this land is of questionable accessibility because of how steep it is, but the trails will open that up a bit. So, those are issues that need to be addressed. As far as the fences, I don't believe that we'll have anywhere near the problems that we've been having, where my neighbors have been having once there are people living on site, because those people tend to discourage that. And also they have the recourse of the law, and that's, you can't regulate for that. As far as the concrete, the amount of concrete that's going to be used, we're looking at sites that are stable, that don't have much topsoil. They've already been denuded. They're single-story structures, and we do a green concrete that has a lot of fly ash and soda ash and things like that in it. It's not going to be a huge amount per house as compared to what what's done on a hillside where you have to put piers down and all those things. But those things will, it does have to be poured. And surprisingly, for those who are not familiar with the construction process as I am, those parts of the construction are very quick. The roadway goes in, the foundations go in, the framing goes in. Once it's inside, it's not nearly the impact. Also, as I mentioned before, at my neighbor's behest, we tried to make the parcel wide enough that there could be a public trail off of the road next to it so that you could have access there, even while there's trucks going up and down it. And keep in mind that that's only that one small portion up to below the Spirit Circle site. The entire rest of the trail all the way around the property would not be impacted by the construction because it's single trails. There was some other, the Ridgeway access. When I realize that most people don't understand this, but towns, when they're created, they put down paper lots and paper roads way back when, assuming that they're going to be built, and they delineate out areas that they think they're going to need for roads and right-of-ways and things like that, many of which are never built or never constructed. This one was bulldozed, but it was not paved all the way up. But it remains a town-owned road. It's a paper road, but even more than some roads, you don't even have a trail. They're just on paper. This road is a road. It's been bulldozed. It's plenty wide enough where we're talking about. It's not steep. Up above, as it goes up to the ridge, we're not planning on using that. That's more of a trail, and I agree that's not really a road. But we're not suggesting that we go up there. The issues about the mudslides, there was a confusion. I was aware of the mudslide that happened on the property above mine. And the concern was that it came down through this property when I didn't own it long ago, and that then the town of San Anselmo or whoever went up on top and installed drainage and culverts and those kinds of things. And so far, and I've looked at it very closely, and I've had soils engineers all up there, and we just got permits, or we applied for permits to do test borings to make sure that we have stability on where we're talking about building. And in that area, they've looked at it, and they tell me that it does not look unstable to them, and that they think that the fix that they put on it is working. And as evidence of that, I would say that those swales, those drainage swales, those seasonal creeks that we walked across on Friday, are not showing any evidence of any erosion or mudslides or even buildup of brush. So I'm hopeful that the neighbors down below's issues are past. There still probably will be some erosion because that's the nature of the earth. It does tend to comply with gravity and erosion. But hopefully, unless somebody does something above us that we have no control over, there will be nothing done on this parcel above that. So it should stay as it is. And as I said, our experts haven't seen anything there that they think is unstable at this time. There was a question about, the parcels. I've been in this industry. I started hammering nails as a laborer in the early 70s. I've been in large land subdivision for 35 years. I've seen many, many parcels, and believe me, these parcels are not that unusual. You see parcels that are, every subdivision that people do, they cut them up for particular reasons, either to comply with zoning or to get a particular access or to get a particular building site. We've gone through some convoluted efforts to make sure that we had room for the public access, because you can't have that crossing a lot. It makes the lot uninsurable, no insurance, no mortgage. So we had to try to work around that. But I don't find these lots to be particularly unusual. And as far as, I fully intend to put the other lot on there just for information's sake. I only got this map an hour and a half before I came here, and I didn't have time to do much because it takes a long time. We walked it Friday. I contacted my surveyor that night. It takes a long time to get out there and have him go over the maps and check the sizes of everything, because we were trying to figure out a way to create this loop trail that we didn't even know we could do until today. That we wanted to. So we'll get the overlays done. We'll get the envelopes put on the map. We'll get all of that done. This is a study session. We're still early in the process. And by the time we come up with an application, there will be a book, a bound book of information for you, and it'll be very clear. And it's just, it's difficult even for me sometimes, and I've done this for years, to look at some of these maps and get oriented. I mean, I did a Google map. Actually, I should put that up there. I did a Google map. I went to Google Map and, with my limited skills, tried to place the houses on the hillside where I think they'll be. And it took me a while just to figure out where the property was on the Google Earth. Even though I put a location and it zoomed in on it, I couldn't really tell exactly where it was. Jim, maybe can we put up that other map, the other map that's there? Or the picture, the Google picture. I don't know how well it'll come out because, as I said, I only just did it, and I'm not that good with it. But I forgot all about it. I tried to print it at Kinko's, but their printers are, for some reason, not very efficient. It's the next, there's only 2 files there, this one and the other one. And in answer to the question of whether we're going to sell lots or I'm going to build them, I'm going to build them. Because if we sell the lots, we're going to lose money. I mean, the money for me and the impetus for me is because I'm a builder, it gives me employment. But for the price of lots and what these are going to cost us to create, we would lose money. We can't just sell lots. So if we're not going to build them, then we're in the wrong business. It didn't come out very well. I'll make it bigger for the next. Can you zoom it up a little, maybe? Because you can see kind of an aerial with the. Did I send you guys this thing? It didn't work too well, did it? And as far as, having the separate lots or the big open space, it looks like the property's cut up when you look at all of these different colored things with lot lines. But keep in mind that with the deed restrictions and the conservation easements we'll put on it and the very restrictive building envelopes, for all intents and purposes, you won't see, the animals, the people won't see those lines. Those lines will be there on paper only because they can't put fences up, they can't do anything out there. And by the way, it's very expensive and not easy to go out on these hillsides and put those fences in. These people don't want to put those fences in. It costs them a fortune. So it's not going to change. It's just this is a ministerial issue to comply with the local ordinance and the state ordinance per the zoning and per the MAP Act, and to make sure that there's just a mechanism to make sure that it's not built on. It will be green belted. It won't be built on. And if somebody goes out there and does something, I know that you and I'll be living there, we will call them on it. And you don't have to go to court when they violate that. That is enforcement by the building department. They can walk right out there and put a red tag on it, and if you don't change it, they have enforcement, law enforcement abilities. They don't have to go to court to get it fixed. They can go right out there and fix it. It'll cause it to be fixed. And if you don't want to fix it, they can make it get fixed and then attach your property for the cost. So that's not something that's going to be that difficult to enforce. It didn't come out too bad. It's not very clear, but it doesn't show the open space parcel because I did this kind of in a hurry, but it does show what I think. I tried to make them as bright as possible. Now understand that these are where those houses are. They're probably a little bit bigger than they'll be, and also I've laid them on top, so they'll be under trees. We're not cutting down the trees. Those pads, you can't even see them because there's trees blocking them. So these houses will have, colored roofs, and they'll be set back and they'll be under the trees. You won't see them, but by way of for information only, to make sure that you could see where they would be, I wanted to highlight them. And if you look at the houses around, there's a lot of lots around that I don't own. I can't include those either. When you have a separate lot, you come in with an application on that lot, you can't include every lot around it in that application. You pretty much include the one application. I do have a partner who wants to build his home on the 16-acre parcel. This was a negotiation that we had internally to make sure that I could give the things that I wanted to give, mainly the public trail. And it was an accommodation. He wants to build his home. So that's already a separate parcel. I'm perfectly willing to get him and I'll put that parcel on there. There's something else that I forgot to mention, and that is that where the trail that we're proposing comes up and it gets steep, you can see we have a little wider section there so that we can have switchbacks. It would be much less steep if we could cut the corner on that 16-acre parcel. And the partner who is designated to build his house on that parcel has agreed in principle to allow us to gift some portion or lot line adjust some portion of that of the top of his parcel to the open space parcel once it's created. But then again, you've got the mechanical issues of, you know, it has to be created or you have nothing to lot line adjust to. You know, and I've encouraged him, I haven't gotten an answer yet, but I think it'll be positive. I've encouraged him when he comes in with his building application for his house, which he's designing right now, to include that offer in that application so that, you know, we can add a little, maybe another couple acres to the open space parcel, but more importantly, we can not have a steep section there, just have it go right over to the Ridgeway Trail.
Okay.
Did I miss anything?
Madam Chair, Marshall, I think there's one other question that comes to mind for me from the audience before we move on to your questions that you must have, and that is from Mr. Ager about how do you plan to sell these off as lots that have, you know, as lots unbuilt, or as lots that are built?
We can't afford to do lots as unbuilt because we've done a research on what the projected values of the lots will be, and somebody just bought recently a 50-acre lot for $500,000. We're going to have far more than that in each of these lots. We would lose money if we sold lots. The only way this makes sense, and part of the reason that I'm invested in it, is that, you know, I have employment. I get to build them. I get to build them the way I want in state of the art with my own designs, and also it helps me pay for, you know, the infrastructure to get to my house. So I intend to build them. The short answer is.
Thank you.
Okay, I know we want to move on with the rest of the agenda, but I have like a short question, but I'll see if the other commissioners have a quick question they'd like to ask. Okay, Shelley?
I have a clarification question for staff. A fair amount of the questions and some of the time tonight were around clarifications, issues, concerns with a lot that is not part of this, that would not be part of this application. So what I'm understanding is there are going to be 3 separate independent applications that would come before us at some point. One, my question is, do you have any idea of sequencing of those applications, first, second, third? Forget timeline, but just some sequencing. That's a question to you. And a question, if they are 3 separate applications, we don't consider them all together and say, well, we'll let you do that on this application if you do this on that application. My understanding is those are 3 separate applications that we consider separately. So that's a clarification question.
I think it's the applicant's prerogative how he goes forward, but there's also some practicality with doing 3 different subdivisions sequentially. It may make a great deal of sense to do the subdivisions to legitimate all the lots at once. Otherwise, it's a long road to get to the end. But it's up to him.
What's your plan?
Well, it does. Jim is correct. You know, sequencing is a problem for me because I don't know how long people take to do their jobs and design things. But as these lots, this is not 3 different subdivisions. I don't mean to correct you, but those other 2 parcels are already existing subdivided separate legal parcels. However, so they'll be coming in with design review packages and a building application. They will probably come in before our subdivision application comes in because they're working on it right now, and I didn't want to start working on ours until we had something that we knew was pretty close to what we wanted. And also, we have a lot more investigation and a lot more work to do than they do to design a house. We have to do civil engineering. We have an environmental impact report. That, you know, it takes a lot longer to do this.
So just for clarification, we have a difference of opinion, staff, from Mr. Rothman. There were 10 applications for certificates of compliance on 10 different lots, including the sort of satellite 16 acres approximately, and then the one smaller one and we responded with conditional certificates of compliance, meaning that all of them, in our mind, are legally created, and they'll have to go through the process. But that's something we'll work out.
I can clarify that. The reason that they were conditional certificates is because the parcels, the 2 parcels that are already separate APN numbers that I'm saying are legal, because they had underlying parcels, and when we came in for those certificates of compliance, the application was not for these parcels as they sit. It was for the resultant parcels that would have come if those underlying parcels were legal. And Jim's quite right. Those are not legal in those configurations. But the county has recognized, and I'm not sure if the city attorney has looked at it this way, but I've had my attorneys have looked at it pretty clearly, and the parcels that are in separate APN numbers, and when the assessor attributes an APN number, it doesn't always mean it's a parcel. We have actually 4 APN numbers, but that one we could not find a deed on, was not a parcel. But the parcels as they sit today, we feel, and we don't feel it's much of a question, are legally separate parcels. They've been under different names. The parcels that we applied for, which were portions of these parcels, because there were 10 parcels, 10 lots out of 3 APN numbers. So the ones we applied for, those did not prove out to be legal. They got conditional certificates because they cut these parcels out.
So I would recommend we not get in the woods on this. This is, a lot of technicalities that have to be worked through at the staff level and probably between attorneys to get to a finish line on an application.
We'll have to clarify all that anyway. That's true.
Okay, I have one request and one suggestion. Okay. I also want to thank you, but you are listening to the town and you are making changes to your plans according to what you hear neighbors say, and that's nice. But the suggestion is use Marin Map. It's an online service that's free and much better maps than Google or you showed here.
That's good to hear, because I have real trouble with these guys.
Another thing is, could you please supply us here on the commission with the handouts that you supplied to some of the members of the public?
Well, that brings me to something I wanted to mention. Jim has my contact information and these maps, and I send him all the maps that I have that we create, and I've asked him if he wouldn't be good enough to make those available to anybody who wishes to have them. It's so much easier to send them in digital than to provide them in these little tiny pages. You can't read them, which speaks to another of the speaker's questions. These maps are very detailed. They have the street map, street words and everything, but you have to be able to blow them up and read them. And in a little 8x10 or 8x11, you can't see anything. And even if I get 500 of these big expensive maps printed up, they're going to change. So it's so much easier if we can just do it in digital. We don't have to use all the paper. And I'd rather just have people get in touch with me directly. I'll be happy to email or send them the maps, everything that we've got. We're open book.
Mimi, I think you had a question.
Well, I don't know if we're yet in our discussion, but one of the members of the public did ask about the uses of the property and whether there would be commerce or farming, and I don't think you answered that.
You're right, I didn't answer that. There is an easy answer to that. This is the zoning is restrictive as to what can be approved. There it's residential, which does not allow commercial enterprises, I believe. I haven't read this town's particular ordinance, but they typically don't allow commercial. It's an overburdening of the easement in any case, because this is going to be an easement. Their access is going to be an easement, and if they try to increase the traffic on that by having a commercial use, that's an overburdening of the easement. They can't do that. But also, on top of that, I've written many of these restricted use deed restrictions, and it's important to be very clear that this is a residence, and it's not a commercial enterprise. I typically don't allow farm animals and livestock. I used to in some areas, but it created so much trouble and so many problems for other neighbors that I usually preclude that unless somebody in the process decides that they want to encourage it. But I don't find it to be a good use of the land, and it tends to be really intrusive. So short answer to the question is, these are residences, and that's what they'll be.
Okay. Any other questions? Oh, go ahead, Shelley.
Also for staff, what is a landowner's, and if this is too complicated, if he's not doing any development up in the area where there's the slide, but that's going to be owned by somebody, but they're not doing any development or grading or changing or anything like that, but it sounds like there's just a natural slide area, change of ownership, developing in some other area, but it's still on that parcel. How does that affect this slide issue and either transfer of responsibility for dealing with it or not at all? Could you address that?
Well, you're asking a legal question, but I'll give you a cursory answer. There are liabilities involved with owning property that slides on your neighbor's properties. when Mr. Rothman owns a large piece of property and there's liabilities attached with that property, and if he transfers a portion via a legal parcel, there'll be transfer of those liabilities.
I can add to that. Jim's spot on. I did discuss this with the attorneys. I have to because I have investors. And what I'm told, there are gray areas and there are clear areas. The clear areas are that if you do anything on your land, any improvement at all, any change at all, that causes it to slide or then you're liable, and that's a civil court matter. The gray area is where you have land that stands fallow and has not had anything done to it, and then it's a question for the insurance companies whether it's an act of God or not. And on the slide that we were talking about earlier, that was caused by some grading and work that was done on a lot above ours and came down through our property, which that doesn't attach to our property. But when you sell a piece of property, all of the liability transfers to the new owner just as though they were the ones who owned it before.
Okay, my question is related to, I guess, the area that's supposed to be for the public access. Mr. Rothman's, he's trying to stay within the zoning, the size of the lots with 10 acres and mention that maybe there could be some restriction on there's only a small developable area and the rest of it would be in its natural state, but I'd like to see if there's a way that we can guarantee that those areas can't be developed, and if I know at the last meeting we talked about if you wanted to have smaller lots so that then there was a larger area that would be actually could be public, open space area, that would involve a rezoning process. So, what would be, the pros and cons of that? I mean, there'd be probably additional costs for Mr. Rothman, and there would be, a more lengthy process because we'd have to go through a rezoning process, but, we might be able then to get a larger open space element.
So if I heard Mr. Rothman correctly, he's talking about putting a large portion of the majority of the property into an open space easement. Mm-hmm. So that stays open space land in perpetuity. Mm-hmm. And I'd prefer not to get into the details of legalities with the town's position, but there are certain properties that the town doesn't want to assume the liabilities on for the very reason of the slides. So, for example, mm-hmm. there's a checklist when property is available that the Open Space Committee may want to acquire. They go through a process with a checklist to see if that parcel is something that we want to get involved with. So an open space easement in perpetuity is pretty lock solid in terms of that's all that can go on, and the owner is paying the taxes on that property, mm-hmm. And so everybody's happy under that scenario.
Go ahead, Shelley.
I have a suggestion to help people visualize this, because I think you're right. When people see these large parcels in green and pink and yellow, they're seeing it's developed. It's pink. It's a parcel that's developed. We think of our homes and our lot as it's been developed. So if you could do a map that shows here's the area that is developed, like the little boxes of development, and then here's all the area that would be deed restricted for open space. I think that might help people understand, to your concrete issue, what percentage of this total 84 is going to have non-permeable surfaces or might have non-permeable surfaces? Well, it would be these little development zones that sprinkled around here. And so I think people could visually see the 90% remains open. And that would be my suggestion. A good suggestion, yeah.
So, Madam Chair, that's a perfect segue to what I would recommend moving forward. I would suggest that this has been hugely successful tonight, as were the last two sessions, although the last one was very short. And the October 22nd workshop sponsored by the Town Council was very in-depth. But if the Commission concurs, I'd like to invite Mr. Rothman back again to do this exercise again, And I think we heard very clearly that we need more information articulated in the drawings, and I would volunteer to work with you ahead of time to try to steer the presentation towards more digestible graphics. I think those graphics have to include an aerial that's superimposed with your proposed lot lines. I think the idea of bifurcating the proposed lots with those parts that would be an open space easement and those areas that would not be an open space easement, and then also the possible pad areas, which are pretty easily identified from the aerials. The access to each of the building pads,
Right.
and as I understand it, it's basically the main spine, the continuation of the fire road, Miranda Drive, for the 84, and then off of that would be one easement, driveway easement on your property down to that lower left building site. And then the small standalone lot that's zoned RS 7.5 would be accessible off of Miranda at the bottom. And by the way, that lot under our code will have to be enlarged because there's a certain percentage of slope that increases the minimum lot size.
We've looked at that. We're twice the zone size, so
Okay.
we're big
So,
enough.
yeah. So I think at the very least, we need to see the access to the parcels, the pad, layers of information, and also the public access trail sort of in real time and where it sits on the hill would be most helpful for the public, as I understand it.
Yeah, what threw the monkey wrench in this time, and I fully intend to put together those packages, although I like the chairman, commissioner's suggestion to have that overlay with just the the green space, was that we only just recently the suggestion was made, and I thought it was a good enough one that we should hold off, and go and investigate putting the extra trails in. And that's what took the time. And it kind of threw us way off schedule because we only started that Friday. And so I didn't want to produce a bunch of maps that were going to be tossed. But now that we have a pretty good idea of where we are, we know where the building envelopes are, I think we know that we can fit the trail and we know the lot sizes, I can start producing those maps now pretty quickly. It just, it takes a while to get the surveyor out there and to get them organized.
Madam Chair. Yes. May I make a couple statements? Sure. Yeah, I would actually request a little bit more time here before we move on. I threw out that one question to make sure Mr. Rothman had covered the questions, but I have a couple more suggestions. I appreciate Mr. Moore's recommendation that we move on, but I kind of feel strongly about saying a few more things.
Go ahead.
I'm at your disposal. What would you like?
All right. So first off, on the question that Ms. Green raised about the access to the 16, 14, whatever acre property at the top of Ridgeway, I think you may have misunderstood her question, or at least the way I understood it, which was, there's that gate with the road, with the paper road, which is currently a dirt road. And then that dirt road hits that 16, 14 acre parcel, correct?
Right.
And if you turn right there and go up the ridge, there's another larger trail, basically, that runs along the eucalyptus that goes up there. And so I think the question for your partner who's working on a proposal for that parcel also includes questions about public access along trails that have been used for many generations along that 16, 14, whatever it is,
I think I can
parcel.
address that if I understand you correctly. Where it turns to go to the right, that would be the jumping off point for the driveway to the new house.
So maybe I should just get all my statements out because a lot of them kind of fit together like a puzzle piece, and you don't necessarily have to respond to them now.
Okay.
But I think that parcel, that paper road that people have been talking about, you would probably benefit from going back and asking Ms. Neal to help you find the records relating to the Planning Commission's hearing of proposals to develop the property at the top of Ridgeway, the one that I think was recently sold again, because people came to the Planning Commission previously with a proposal to develop that paper road and put a house on that parcel. And there were a lot of members of the public that talked. At the time, the fire department was going to require a turnaround for the fire trucks. And as that developed, it became apparent that a retaining wall was going to be necessary there that was going to cause problems for people below the retaining wall and their views. Let me just finish, because there's a lot of history here. I'm just suggesting that the drainage issues were also a very big question with that. So I'm just suggesting that you go back and maybe look at the minutes from those planning commission, because that's going to directly impact, those same issues are going to come up again if you're going to propose, or anybody's going to propose, to pave that dirt road.
There's a misunderstanding, I think. We're not going up Ridgeway, and that's not on our property.
I understand that, but you're saying there's a jumping off point for the access to the 16/14 acre parcel, which is a paper road that is the town's paper road. Now that road would have to be, if there was an access from that direction onto that property.
We would have to improve that road and put that turnaround for the fire department. That would be our cost. That is our access.
You would have to get approved for a development that included that proposal.
We would not probably be approved to build unless we included that and did it ourselves.
And I'm telling you that it was going to be, I'm just suggesting
there's no
that
retaining
you
walls.
might.
We're talking about way down below. There's no retaining walls.
So you wouldn't be paving that dirt road at the edge of the gate?
Past the gate, but have you been, there's no retaining walls required there. That road is.
All right, I'm just suggesting, take my advice.
I know
look at the minutes.
Somebody at the last session did mention the retaining walls things, and I understand that the lot up above, if they're going to use it as their access, where they have to go right and go up that trail, that maybe they need retaining walls there because it gets narrow and it gets steep. But where we're talking about, the road as it exists is wide enough and stable. It really is not.
I'm just saying other people have gone down this path quite
well,
literally before.
We'll deal with that when we get there.
All right. And then the other question that Mr. Hochstrasser raised about the contorted zoning struck me as I don't have a problem with the contortion of the 10-acre parcels in an effort to minimize the impact on the neighbors. And so if that seems odd, to me that seems actually a good idea. If you have to contort those 10-acre parcels in order to minimize impacts in the neighborhood and minimize the effects on open space, I don't have any problem with contorting parcels, as long as they remain with the UR10. I don't think you have to sell 10-acre parcels, but I said that before. I also think that for the town, it's really important for everybody to work with the Open Space Committee on identifying those sources of funding for a potential purchase of as much of this property as we could. We did a tax assessment workshop about a year ago with the Open Space Committee, talking about how, for example, in Novato, residents have acquired property through long-term purchases of bonds that end up being part of their parcel tax. And so I think that people who are really interested in pursuing acquisition should step up, talk to the Open Space Committee, and get active in seeing if something not necessarily limited to the residents around the Wall property, but even a broader area of the town would be interested in taking on this. I mean, we heard residents from all over this town talking about this property, not just around the Wall property. So I think it's not just something that should be imposed on the adjacent neighbors, but rather the whole town holistically needs to take a close look at that. Okay, that's it, thanks.
Okay, well, in closing, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And it would put me out of a job to sell the property, I will cooperate with that, and you do have time to look at it. So, if that's the direction you want to go, just let me know and I'll do whatever I can. Good night.
Thank you. Great, thank you.
To break?
Yes, I was going to suggest if 5-minute break.
Let's try 5.
Next item is the discussion of the CH to CC zoning.
Madam Chair, maybe the folks in the back could take their conversation.
If you're not staying for the remainder of the meeting, if you could continue the discussion outside, thank you.
Okay.
Hey, Jim, if you could give us the staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, this is consideration of further policy issues with regards to rezoning all the highway commercial, which we abbreviate CH, into central commercial, which we abbreviate CC, and adding a section under the use classifications under Title 17 of the Town Code. If you recall, back on May 27th of 2015, seems like so long ago, but it isn't, the Town Council adopted, after a long process, a 2015 update to the 2010 housing element. And within that document, there is a policy, H3.1.1.1, which stipulates amend all highway commercial properties to central commercial properties, thereby allowing residences on the second floor without a conditional use permit. In other words, the central commercial zoning, how it's written, allows residential on the second floor without a conditional use permit, whereas under the highway commercial, it requires a conditional use permit. And that was part of the way we got approval by the state for our housing element. So the town adopted this policy back in May 27, 2015, and it is the policy of the town. And to further familiarize the public with this policy, on October 29th of 2015, after the adoption of the housing element, the town held a third general plan forum, which was a result of the referendum that the petition that repealed the zoning changes in the last iteration of the housing element. And this third forum focused specifically on converting CH to CC. And then also at your November 18th meeting in 2015, at your regularly scheduled meeting, we had a follow-up discussion to that October 29th Town Council-sponsored forum to discuss some particulars with the rezoning of the CH to CC. All of those meetings are on the town's website for those folks that might be watching either live or recorded at thetownoffairfax.org. So tonight, we've brought this back to you as a discussion item to get clarification on a couple of points before we actually write a draft ordinance to present to you, presumably at the next meeting. And what we heard at the last meeting, we'd like to get confirmation so that we can do a better job of writing up a draft ordinance for you, presumably at your next meeting. And the four main topics that we want to get clarity on tonight are parking, unit size, affordability, allowable uses in the new rewritten central commercial. And lastly, one of the important reasons for this exercise as a discussion item tonight is that we originally did a SEQR review, California Environmental Quality Act review, of the original general plan in its entirety back in 2012, and then an amended housing element in October 2013. We did an addendum to that analysis, and then we did another addendum with the adoption of the 2015 housing element. When the original housing element back in 2012 that had this very same policy in it was done, the SEQR analysis, we were contemplating just converting all the CH to CC. And then along the way, we became aware that some of the uses that are in the CH would like to be considered legal in the CC, specifically the veterinarian use. He did not want to be limited to legal non-conforming because he might want to expand, for example. So we want to be really thorough in this rezoning. And depending on the exercise we're going to go through tonight in terms of uses, we want to make sure that any uses we bring from CH over into allowable in the CC don't blow our CEQA model. Otherwise, we're going to have to revisit our CEQA model to make sure there are not any unintended consequences that can be mitigated to less than significant. So these 4 items, parking, unit size, affordability, and uses, I'd like to run through, but I'm recommending with number 4 on the uses that you pause after we've discussed the first 3 and ask for public comments on what's been discussed so far. And then after having heard public comments on these 3 items, parking, unit size, and affordability, then we retire the public comment period and then go into the tables that we provided you on the uses. It's a very elaborate table that talks about what's allowed now in the CH, what's allowed in the CC, what we anticipate pulling over and allowing without a conditional use permit in the new CC. And you'll notice in that table there's some blanks. And then lastly, there's a variation in terms of what should be continued to be allowed with a conditional use permit that had been in the CH. Are you with me? So, and then after we get through that exercise of going through the table line by line, I would recommend opening it back up for any further public comment. But that way you don't have to have someone sit here through the whole exercise of going through the table. And yet if they want to sit through that whole exercise of the table or come down here having watched this, they can come down and speak to that. So if that's okay, that's how we'll proceed. And then finally in your staff report, you'll notice the 3 attachments. We included all section 17.100.110 and chapter 17.052, the parking requirements in town, so you had them in their entirety, and I already know that somebody has a question about parking requirements. And then the table itself. And then the third is the use classification definitions. And that attachment C was not supposed to be the entire draft ordinance. We just wanted to share with you just the definitions section, okay? And in fact, the definitions, depending on what we pull over from CH into CC, may have to be massaged a little bit by staff before it comes back to you again, because it may, depending on what we pull over, it might blow the model a little bit on one or more of the definitions. Does that make sense? Okay, so what we think we heard with regard to parking, let me back up a second. One of the things you did discuss at your last hearing with regard to parking in the new CC was the idea of landlords and tenants, landlords imposing upon tenants a requirement for no cars. And I believe Whistle Stop is actually exploring this model by the depot in San Rafael. We discussed it with the town attorney, and we did not include that as one of the parking options in this because we don't think at this point it's anything that can be enforced by the town, and we didn't want to mislead you or the public thinking that that's something doable at this point. So we left it out of the staff report. We left it out of one of the remedies for dealing with parking, but we're exploring it and we're going to continue to explore it, okay? So it's not forgotten. So we're asking you to please confirm that you would like language to be added to the draft ordinance that states that the current parking requirements, section 17.100.110 and chapter 17.052, collectively attached as attachment A for residential uses in the CC zone are maintained unless one or more of the following occurs. A, an in lieu parking fee, an amount yet to be determined, is paid to the town. B, A parking assessment district is created, alleviating all or a portion of the on-site parking required for upstairs residential uses in the CC zone. And we threw in an FYI for your information. Please remember that managed parking strategies will be discussed as part of the public participatory process workshops that will be held sometime during the 2016 calendar year to develop a town center plan as called for in the town center element of the general plan. And special note here, a parking assessment district requires a public vote to be established. And C, a reduced, this is a caveat if you will, it's a placeholder, a reduced parking requirement is adopted for this use. If the commission prefers this approach, direction as to the appropriate ratio would be helpful. And I did find there is a policy in the housing element talking about revisiting the required parking. It actually says for one unit residential uses, but I think it is applicable to the upstairs units. So that's with regard to parking. Let me just go through these first three, and then maybe we can come back and run through them with you and any comments you might have. That's what we thought we heard. Those three things will be included at this point in the ordinance, unless the draft ordinance for your consideration next month, unless you give us other direction tonight. Unit size. Please confirm that the range of upstairs residential unit sizes shall be from 150 square feet. If you recall, we brought back to you 300. And there was some discussion about why not go smaller if we're trying to do affordable by design, why not go forward smaller? And so we did confirm that under the health and safety code, you can actually reduce it down to 150 square feet. So what we think we hear from you now, we want to confirm that we heard from you, that the unit size will be from 150 square feet to 700 square feet, with an average unit size per building not to exceed 500 square feet. And I believe Commissioner Green had mentioned that there was something special about 600 square feet in terms of being efficiency apartments, if I remember correctly. So we're under that threshold to make, with an average of 500. You are creating affordability by design. So I'll come back to uses after we had a chance to chat about those things and open it up to the public. Does that make sense on those three?
So, if we have questions, may we ask? Does anyone?
You're asking about the process. Does the process make sense, or?
I'm sorry, you got it.
Sorry, were you asking if the process makes sense, or if we're ready to approve the language here?
Are you ready to approve 1, 2, and are you? Can you comment on? Sorry. Yeah.
I have one comment. Okay, on the ABC under number 1. So the B and C go together. There's an and there and not an or. Okay, that was my question. Okay, so it wouldn't be forced to go because that didn't make.
Thank you. It was a typo. Thank you.
Okay.
Through the chair, I actually do have a couple of questions, not about the language here, which I understand. What I am not totally clear on is exactly what is the current parking requirement for a new residential unit above commercial?
It's yeah, go ahead.
And if I look at general requirements, page 67, 17052010, it says, except as otherwise required by variance, every building or use hereafter created or established shall be provided with minimum off-street parking. Does that pertain to residential? And then when I look at required parking spaces, 17052030, it says, dwellings, including one-family and two-family dwellings, apartments, and mobile homes, require one space for a studio without a separate bedroom, 2 spaces for a one-bedroom unit, and 2 spaces for a 2-bedroom unit, and 2 spaces for units with 3 or more bedrooms.
Yes.
That I'm clear on. What I don't understand is where does a 500 square foot residential unit, new construction above commercial, what is that requirement?
I would say it's the studio 1 space and a 1-bedroom 2 spaces. On-site.
On-site, but does not the building already have a parking requirement?
Yes.
Because there's other language here that says, where did I put that? 030? The aggregate, yes, that's what I'm looking for, thank you. There's an aggregate for what's required per parcel. And so there's some confusion in my mind about then, does that trigger A, B, C, D under A, or would it then include, say you have a commercial property, commercial downstairs, they have 1 unit upstairs, they're building another one. So what is their already required parking, and then are we going to add 2 more spaces for one little 500 square foot studio? Is that the intent?
That's the way it is right now, and unless these other, if these other options go forward, then there would be an opportunity to get out from under it.
Go ahead, Shelley.
So Norma, I guess what you're asking is we have a number of legal non-conforming buildings maybe in the zone already that currently do not meet these parking regulations. There's a bar with every 200 square feet, they have to have 1, they don't have it. You put a small unit above it, they're then going to be required to not only provide parking for that new unit, but to come up into compliance for the rest of the building. So say there's a the restaurant underneath that is non-compliant currently. Does the restaurant have to come into compliance? Is that triggered by the addition of the unit, or do they only have to add, say they have 0 parking right now? If they add a small unit, do they have to add 1 parking, or do they have to add?
No, they either have to comply or they have to request a variance from you and show what they can build or what they can't build.
They have to bring the non-compliance up.
If you adopt the language that Jim's put into effect, they would have an option of applying for a variance or offering to pay in lieu fees or opting into the
parking assessment
district. So they'd have 3 options.
Except that we don't currently have the in lieu fees or the...
But we can adopt in the ordinance the in lieu fee, and then we would come up with an amount, and that can happen right away. And we anticipate visiting the managed parking through a parking assessment district in this calendar year, which in my mind is the best of all alternatives.
That does make sense. All right, thank you. My concern was that Section A under 030 assumes that we're talking about 1-family and 2-family dwellings, apartments, and mobile homes, which seems to me to be more of an apartment and not a little 500 square foot addition upstairs. So, I don't know, that was just
so we'll take your comments under advisement. I have to confess, it's hard for me I don't have the institutional knowledge that Linda has in terms of protocol and what's gone down. But as she said, there's the variance option, there's the in lieu fee if we create a parking assessment district, and it will come to you ultimately. We have in the historic central commercial part of town, there are several properties that don't have any parking on site. So we deal with this all the time. They want to change the use, and they're DOA and meeting the parking. So we have to deal with that on a parcel by parcel basis. And that's why creating a town center plan, this will be a very important piece of creating a town center plan, how to make better use of our parking resources, both public and private.
Well, in parking, can we, I came up with this sort of basic idea. I don't know how anybody can live in a 150 square foot space, but certainly that would, if it's going to require any parking requirement, it would be one parking space. But up to 500 feet, if you can have two people each having a car, maybe you need to have two spaces if it's 500 feet or larger. I mean, is that the type of standard we're kind of looking for?
We're trying to get direction from you on what you're comfortable with, and I think there is a legitimate debate out there with regards to meeting the demand of parking versus managing the demand of parking. I mean, there's those that feel like we just don't have enough parking in town, and it's crazy to put these units in without supplying the parking somewhere, and there's another counter argument that says, no, we've got to get away from facilitating automobiles, and we've got to facilitate people in residences, and that the car will eventually doom itself. And I think the Bay Area is pretty much facing gridlock everywhere now, and yeah, I could go on anyway.
Okay, Mimi, did you have a comment?
Yeah, a question actually. So was the third option, the reduced parking requirement is adopted for this use, you were looking for direction on the appropriate ratio. If I understand it, you're basically saying that you want us to talk about the very questions that Norma and Phil are raising for that third piece, right?
Yes.
And I did have some other questions. The commercial uses that are currently there, like if there was a restaurant that had the required parking that the code deems appropriate, it would seem to me that you're going to have some day and night potential crossover there, and so we ought to be considering whether somebody who already has the required parking for their business, those same parking spots would be available to residences at different times of the day. And that's just something I think we should think about. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's called shared use analysis, and even Urban Land Institute has a whole piece on this in terms of compatible uses. So you're right, instead of building needless impervious surface, use the same purpose for different uses. It gets a little sticky though in the shoulder times, but you're absolutely right. You know, retail's peak is when people are away working. The residences are away working. So you're right, and we have that strategy available to us on a application by application basis now also.
And then some of the other questions I had about unit size were the average unit size not to exceed 500 square feet seems to me to rule out the idea that you just have one 700 square foot unit, because the average of one is 700. So the average thing kind of makes me a little like, oh, but that really is a limit up to 500 feet if you're just talking about one unit.
Well, and you're pointing out a very viable exception, which then again would be an exception to your standard through a variance.
And another comment on the A or B or C is, you said one or more of the following, A and or B and or C. But people don't like the and ors. I like them. No, it just says one or more of the following. You could click all three or just one, and it's all fine. Okay, that was all my questions. Thanks.
Okay, if I may, under 1C, a reduced parking requirement is adopted for this use. Do you mean by that basically approved by us? Is that a variance, the approval, or adoption?
now.
We just do it, so it's a general adoption.
Or in the future, or in the future.
I mean, it seems to me that that should be taken kind of on a case-by-case basis, which I would think would be a better way to go.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
And my earlier comment about one parking space for up to 150 to 500 square foot unit and 2 spaces for greater than 500, which could be up to 700, that's my recommendation as far as ratio goes.
The only thing is if somebody wants to build a 700 square foot studio, then they shouldn't have to have 2 parking spaces. I mean, if you wanted to build a 550 square foot studio, it's a studio, so I think it would still only need 1 parking space because you're trying to figure out how many people are going to be in there driving, and I think it's the bedrooms that add the potential for more people.
What about the 2-bedroom, 150 square foot unit?
Have fun with that one.
So I think actually, forgive me, I may have not spoken fast enough. I think you're at the questioning staff, not the deliberation, until you hear from the public.
Any other questions of staff?
I just had one other comment, which is that there is also language in 052010 that parking would not be allowed in a front yard setback, which I understand, but it speaks not to a rear yard setback because we have a number of, again, I'm thinking about the commercial space with potential housing above. Many of our commercial spaces do have parking in the rear, which is not in the setback. And if we could perhaps either leave it open for a variance to discuss the possibility of placing a parking space in a rear setback, as well as determining is it going to be 1 or 2 spaces required based on the square footage and the number of people living there, again on a variance case-by-case basis might be the better way to do it. Because, you know, there's this huge tiny home movement now. I've been watching on TV as often as I can, and I've seen couples moving into 200 square feet, and you'd be amazed at how spacious it is. Obviously, they have their own parking, but my point is that living spaces are getting smaller, and you could very well have 2 people living in 250 square feet. I've seen more than 2 people living in that much space.
Yeah, well, tiny homes are not allowed on foundations. They have to be mobile, et cetera.
So again, we're at the questioning of staff.
Okay. Any other?
I have one suggestion just for parking 1A. Can you add something that maybe clarifies that an in lieu parking fee is to be paid to the town only after it is determined that it is, I mean, it's part of the variance, but somebody reading this might just say, oh, I could just, you know, go downtown and pay somebody an in lieu fee, just pay somebody off without trying, but, you know, without doing their due diligence to prove that they require a variance. Or to request a variance. So that's just one recommendation. I had a question about the affordability. Can you explain affordability by design? I'm trying to think of how that relates to by demand. You know, if you know, we're seeing this shortage in housing, and people are bidding on rent or houses, and then they get outbid by 3 other people, and you know, before you know it, you're 3 times what you well, maybe not 3 times, but I'm just wondering if you could explain how the affordability would be controlled, and what does by design mean?
It doesn't mean controlled. It just means less square footage would demand less rent in principle. And I would argue that the whole tiny house movement is a response to the high rents and the lack of opportunity for smaller spaces that are more affordable. And the whole second unit concept in the 70s
Right.
came out of that too.
So is there a way to, I don't want to say regulate the landlords or owners without using rent control, but how, how do you control the cost of living?
You don't.
Or is that even an option?
What we heard you last time is that you didn't want to go down the route of inclusionary requirements or rent control, and that you were comfortable with this approach of affordability by design. And I might add that this has been a long history of discussing this to get to the policy of junior second units and the upstairs efficiency units. Efficiency units in the code, again, the genesis in the health and safety is a lower standard than the building code.
Okay. Thanks.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I have another question. Just thinking these things through is kind of mind-boggling in a way. But if there are residences built around the CC area, then is it possible, or is it a consideration that parking permits could be given to the residents so that they have guaranteed parking when they come home, even though the business might still be open, at 5:30 or 6 o'clock or something? Is that a possibility too?
Are you talking about on the site where the unit is, or in the general central commercial area?
Well, somewhere within some distance of their home. Like in San Francisco, they have A, B, C, they have parking permits for
on-street
certain
parking.
streets and areas.
We-
It doesn't have to be right outside the unit, but that
I will guarantee you during the town center plan development process, we will be discussing neighborhood parking programs, because we actually deferred the whole mono lane piece of it because it wasn't a part of the whole, and it would just push the bubble elsewhere.
Yes.
Staff, did you consider in our regulations currently in 17.052.010D, and this is something that's come up a lot, is the required for covered parking? I noticed that there was no discussion of removing that requirement, and it seems to me that if we're having, that seems like something, I was just wondering whether you had considered not making that a requirement in the central zone.
I didn't see it germane to the central zone, so I didn't consider removing it.
But it could
But
be.
it is required if we don't remove it.
No, I believe that's mostly residential, and I can't,
I mean, it
we will
says-
consider it after tonight if you suggest it. We can put the caveat in that it does not pertain to the central commercial zone.
Or that covered parking is not required for upstairs residential studio.
Yeah, in the central.
Any upstairs
But
residential.
in the central, but the way it's written,
Right.
it would be required to be covered.
Right.
Well, except through variance, which would be a common sense granting in the sense that we're not really interested in covered parking in the central commercial.
Right.
True, but
I kind of agree with them, because if you have overbuilt downtown parcels, leaving that requirement in for a covered space, that's just requiring you to build another structure when you don't even have room right now. So, but that would be easy to change, wouldn't it? We just say covered parking isn't required for residential uses in the central commercial zone.
Good eye.
Excuse me, that could be somehow written into C, and then we might also phrase the first paragraph of A to say that A, B, C, and D, or whatever, could be available through a variance.
You just want to make sure that people understand that is available to them as an option. It is, but it's good to call it out.
And I had just one brief comment, if I may, about the affordability. My only issue is that I know we say no restrictions, But that's because by law we can't restrict. I would rather we say this town has no authority to require affordability, but, and then continue that because of the small efficiency units, it would be affordable in the market because it's a much smaller unit than a regular house or apartment.
I guess, I mean, I don't know if we're in the discussion, we're still in the questioning, but
We're
I would
supposed
want
to
to
be in the-
respond to that if we were in the discussion mode.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Could you explain, so in item number 4, uses, and this will come up again in the tables, the difference between, in the table there's a, hold on a second, there are allowed, meaning permitted uses, there's conditional uses, and then there's a variance. Could you talk a little bit about the difference between conditional use and a variance? Because to me, it's kind of really similar. Like, you have to get approval from us for conditional use of something that's not permitted, meaning you can do it without having to come ask for permission. A conditional use, you have to come and ask us for permission, and a variance, you have to come and ask us for so could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, a variance is usually an exception to a standard. So you're requesting a variance of a side setback regulation or a variance to the number of required parking spaces. A use permit just deals with different uses. So it doesn't have anything to do with structures or parking requirements. It's a type of use.
So we've got these lists of uses, right? And if there's nothing on the list, it's not permitted, it's not conditional, it's pink unicorns, and it's not on our list. Could a building owner come to us and ask for a variance because it's not on either of those lists?
No, the way it's set up, and it's actually set up in your central commercial zone now, what they do is they come to the planning director if they're not included anywhere, and they indicate what their use is. He makes the decision whether they're similar enough to a permitted use that he would just allow them, or whether he thinks they're similar to a conditional use and would require them to go before you for a conditional use permit.
And if they're not similar to either, then it's just you can't do it. Sorry, don't ask for a
Well, no,
unicorn
he could say no, and then we have an appeal process. Someone could appeal and say, we don't agree that you're telling us we don't fit in anywhere in town.
Then they would come for they would come to us for a variance or a conditional, what would they come to us for? A use permit or a variance for a use?
It's a use permit, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can't hear you.
Yeah. It's confusing to the public too, but a variance is an exception to a standard. And use permits are for different types of businesses going into different locations, different types of uses going into different zones. That's what the use permit process is for. Yeah.
I think I can wrap it up. Hopefully, I have one question, and then I'm going to open it up in case our member of the public would like to make a comment or not. But on the unit size, is there any provision for units over 700 square feet? I am thinking of an example where it's traditional for the owner of the business below to have a flat or something up above. So under this, what's proposed, there wouldn't be any provision, or would that be considered a variance or a use permit?
That would be a variance. That'd be a size variance.
Okay, any other questions, or shall we open it up? Morgan, would you like to say something?
Are you done yet?
I'm Morgan Hall. I am an architect, formerly a member of your distinguished Commission. I'm also a property owner on Bolinas Road that has downtown Bolinas, that has 2 commercial shops and 2 residential dwellings that has no parking. So I think there's no way around getting anything done there other than the variance process, one case at a time. And it's going to be really kind of tough because there are, the way a lot of the commercial highway zone is now, there's a lot more room and makes up, if it becomes CC, then it's going to be hard to make the downtown like Bolinas Road and say, I don't know, the parking lot at Fairfax Market comparable. So you're going to have to take it on one case at a time, and being very careful not to create precedents, as you're all very aware of. I don't think there's any other way around it. Certainly down in the area where my property is, because I don't want to see people, cutting out a part of Nave's bar so you can get a driveway going through part of the bar to parking in the back. I mean, there's a certain fabric there. It's the only part of town that really has the classic Main Street, where you got traffic going 2 ways, parking a sidewalk, and buildings on either side. So I think that language about getting a variance in individual cases makes sense. Just my own personal feeling about some of that is, if there are fees to be assessed for parking, they should be really stiff. Because as a landlord, I know it's expensive to do remodeling or adding a unit, and if there's a stiff fee on top of it, so be it. But I think we've catered to the autocentric mentality for 60 years, 70 years, I don't know. So people living down here just have to figure out how to do it without a car. Beyond that, the affordability aspect is, unless a property or project is subsidized in some major way, like they're giving the land for free or there's a huge grant, I just think, affordability it's a non-issue. People talk about it, but if you look at the expense of building, $350 to $500 a square foot, especially if you're going to try to put a second unit on top of a commercial space already. 500 square foot apartment's going to be, I don't know, $250,000 to build. Is that right? Is the math right on that? Because you got lots of seismic work to do underneath the upper unit. So that part of it is just not, to me, feasible, but people want to think about it, great. Beyond that, I know back when I was president of the Chamber of Commerce, we partnered up with the town and had a parking forum, and we got this fellow up from UCLA,
Dr. Shoup. Donald Shoup.
Who wrote a book called The High Cost of Free Parking. And he had a pretty workable plan for parking meters. Boy, was it fun walking down the street after that forum. I became the P-man. Parking, you're going to put in meters. But anyway, his basic idea was to price the parking meters at a point where you always have at least 10 or 20% parking spaces available. And it also raises a certain amount of revenue. I think Many people object to that because it's not Fairfax. However, I've noticed that the amount of parking there's been downtown lately, and I guess it's the new sushi restaurant, it's in the last, since that place is open, it's really hard to get a parking place. And I think that's just a sign of things to come. I really think, Fairfax is facing a certain, what do you call it, gentrification? Because my theory is that the big real estate boom that wound up crashing in 2007, in my mind, was creeping this way, and just it all stalled right at the San Anselmo Fairfax border. And now we're the low fruit now. So the parking issue is something that may have to be addressed, because you can talk about parking and will people who get in these upper residential units, will they have a place to park? Well, as a member of the Chamber of Commerce still on the board, they're all the commercial uses too. And I'm not sure how you go about doing that if you want to have people come home and have a place to park at 6 o'clock to the detriment of people that have restaurants. It's going to be a tough one. So anyway, good luck. Glad you guys are on it. I approve of everything you're doing. Thanks.
Okay, so I guess.
Shall we move on? Go to the tables?
Well, yeah. Yeah. Yes, I want to make a few, and I guess other members would want a chance to add a few to what we started before. So, Bruce, would you you didn't get to speak before, so I'll let you go first this time.
I didn't have anything to say before in the question period. I don't have a whole lot more to say right now, but just I actually really appreciate Morgan's comment, because that's pretty similar to what I was thinking. Yeah, I've pointed this out before. I just feel like we are at this historic period right now where we're at, I think this is pretty much the worst period as far as automobiles overrunning us. And it's pretty bad right now. And there's nothing traditional about the way Fairfax is right now, because it didn't traditionally have automobiles parked in every possible opportunity. You look at the old photos of Fairfax and there are people standing out in the middle of the street having a conversation. That's traditional Fairfax. Not now. But I think that that's likely to change. In fact, even today there was I was reading something that from Rocky Mountain Institute that was that pointed out that two different companies, General Motors and GM and Ford, and then another company as well, they were saying, but GM alone has put $500 million just in this week or so into a project to build, to try to come up with driverless electric cars that would be like an Uber thing. What is it? They put $500 million into Lyft, I think, is what GM did, in looking ahead to the eventuality of having driverless cars that would come and pick you up. So you take your phone and you say, I need a car, and the car comes, and then you go somewhere, and maybe you wait and let the car wait there, and then you go do your errand, and then you get back in the car and go to the next place, and then you tell the car you're done, and the car disappears and goes and does something else. And maybe the car picks up other people while you're doing this. If this is looking more and more, I mean, just a year ago this sounded like science fiction, now there's investment in it. I think that we are going to find a solution, and there's plenty of reason why we would all like to find a solution to this experience of being overrun by the automobile. And in major cities, they're ahead of us on this curve. So I guess my feeling is that it's good to remember that, and it's good not to make policy that really screws up other policy that we need, like the policy that we need to have some affordable housing. That would be something we wouldn't want to screw up just because we're worried about parking, because that's sort of getting to putting the cart before the horse. But on the other hand, we do have that problem now. And so I think this is, as far as I can see, this seems like pretty good the way it's set up, in that we are maintaining the same restrictions that we have on the businesses like Morgan's that are really constrained by the parking issue, that traditionally have to go through a variance process, and we're presumably some of the other buildings that are currently in the CH zone would just be able to meet those requirements, which would mean we would alleviate the parking problem over there. So it seems like continuing the variance makes sense, but I'm certainly interested in hearing more experienced commissioners' feelings about how that has worked in the past. So that's it. Thanks.
Anything from you? Okay, Mimi?
So I gather that our discussion is supposed to be around the three options, and I want to focus on parking because, you know, there's a couple little quibbles with the unit size issues, but I think we're all, you know, the big questions focus around parking. And so what our planning director has done is throw out three different options for us to talk about as one or more of them going into the draft ordinance. And which of them do we think are good, which do we not think are good, and not necessarily just say, okay, it's these three options and they would go into the ordinance, but actually to discuss amongst ourselves which or all or two out of three or what we think is a good idea to add to the ordinance for this particular residential units on top of the commercial businesses. And so my question to you guys, because I can't quite get my brain around it, is how does a fee, an in-lieu parking fee, encourage people to stop using cars? How do each of these three options encourage people to stop using cars? Do they?
I guess I'd ask a question at this point. Do we have, as I'm understanding this, what we're considering tonight is how to extend what's already being done in the CC zone into what's currently the CH zone. So I'm sort of picturing this more as a discussion about what it would look like over by Fairfax Market or someplace like that where you've got more space. And I think what my comment was a minute ago was that it seemed to me like it made sense not to change anything drastically in the existing CC zone, that what we've got right now. Maybe, I mean, that may not be everybody's opinion, but that's just to clarify that. And so my question, I guess, that I would have with regard to what you just said was, is there currently an in-lieu parking fee available? There's not. So this would be a possibility of either adding one or not adding one, but there isn't one now.
My understanding is what we are deciding on here, because we're merging the two zones into one, that anything that we decide on is going to then be applicable to the whole thing. So, it's the whole thing. So we're adding additional provisions or options in both the CC and the CH, which will become CC, with the idea of creating a unified planning area throughout. So it's not, so it all gets changed.
And through the chair, to address Mimi's question, these options, A, B, and C, don't keep people from driving, but if a space can't be provided, in lieu fees, if they're sufficient, if it's not just a minuscule token fee, could be used to assist in developing new parking by the town or maintaining the town's parking. And a parking assessment district could be created. For instance, can people park in the parkade overnight? Okay, but before we couldn't. So we could make, for instance, the parkade a parking assessment district that businesses pay into, and then the town can maintain it, and they can get 1 parking space or 2 parking spaces there or at one of the lots. So that's the idea of a parking assessment district. Usually works in larger cities, where a larger city might build a garage, and then those properties like Morgan, who absolutely have no space in which to add parking, could still develop. You don't have to stop bringing in businesses, but you can have them join the parking assessment district, and they pay into that in lieu, and then the town helps to provide the parking.
Can I follow up on that? The town would be required to spend the in lieu fees on parking improvements. And depending on the nature of a parking assessment district model that the town develops, there are, I believe, provisions in some parking assessment districts where, for example, when you buy into that, yes, that's your parking lot over there at night, and you have a spot. And I don't know the current state right now, but the car repair paint shop on Sir Francis Drake at one time actually paid the town for a couple of spaces in the parkade because they didn't want to use up all the curbside parking for their adjacent property owners. And I might remind you, at one point, I'm told in the town's history, the parkade was paid parking. That's not the Dr. Shoup model. Dr. Shoup is the most important parking to price is right at the curbside in front of the storefronts. And then you right price those, and you make the further out spaces cheaper so that the prime candidates come in and pay, and then they're further out. But all this can be thought out further in the parking assessment district, which also can expand beyond public properties into underutilized private spaces in the off-work hours. We have a lot of parking resources, and for those of you that remember, when Phil Lesh came in with his proposal for the venue in the old gas station next to the old Good Earth, they were proposing 0 parking on site, and they had arranged with St. Rita's and the lumberyard to rent their available parking, which was used during the events. So all this, that's why the comprehensive managed parking approach is the best practices going forward.
Go ahead, Shelley.
So maybe I was going to talk a little bit about what you said, because I think it's a really good point, and I think it really gets at the crux of what we do here all the time when we're trying to create these ordinances. Is our role is to balance what is in the good of the greater good, meaning the environmental good and the good for the whole community. And in this instance, this idea of promoting the reduction of use of cars, and that's, if we think of that as the public good and the reducing our carbon footprint with the good of individual property owners and business owners who, and those may be in contrast to each other, because business owners, you know, if we wanted to disincentivize cars, you have no parking. If you can't park, then it becomes inconvenient for you. And so it's more convenient to walk or bike if you can't park downtown. So the on the far end of the spectrum would be to say there's no parking requirement. You build out the entire property in a building and no parking, and that will disincentivize people because it will be uncomfortable and inconvenient to drive. Property owners, however, are feeling like, well, wait, we need parking so that people will want to live in this unit or come to my shop or something like that. So it's trying to balance that. And I think that third, the item C, where you're talking about a reduced parking requirement, that is, I guess, in essence, do we want to reduce the parking requirement from what's already required, which is 1 space or 2 spaces, to none or just 1, because that will make it inconvenient to drive downtown and disincentivize parking? And how far do we want to go making people uncomfortable driving downtown?
Can I follow up on something on what you said? Your question, Mimi, was really germane, not to these 3 options for a property owner that wants to build housing on the 2nd floor. The whole policy itself is promoting living without a car. Not to hit some hot buttons here, but there's a lot of language in the general plan, in the housing element and the land use element and the town center about transit-oriented development. And that doesn't mean just transit-adjacent development. That means a whole collective of different uses where someone's living in proximity to them, where they can shop, get their laundry done, take their kid to school, and not require a car. So this whole policy, as I see it, is best practices, is creating the opportunity to live without a car. If you're further upstream, Sir Francis Drake, you're going to be dependent on a bus. Okay, so it's, you know, this allows someone to walk to the goods they need.
Okay, well, let me make a comment about this disincentivizing cars. What that would do, I think, if we try it too quickly, is disincentivize people from coming to Fairfax. And we don't want to do that because we want the business, et cetera. You know, drive from downtown LA to San Diego sometime. When I was a kid and I lived there, it was 4 lanes. Then it became 6 lanes. Now it's 8 lanes each direction, and it's horribly slow and tedious. And they could build 20 lanes, and it's going to be the same. What will disincentivize cars is if gas prices go over $6 a gallon. And right now, it boggles my mind that GM is selling more trucks and more gas-eating SUVs because gas prices are low. This is very temporary, and we can't get into the mindset of all the people and try to disincentivize cars that quickly. It's just not going to happen.
I would like to, is it possible that maybe clarification on the parking assessment district, would it be possible to have something that's more like an overlay to this whole CC, like downtown district, where then we could list special requirements for parking that are just part of a certain boundary where issues like this are more applicable? I see this happen in other towns where they have, we could call it the downtown commercial overlay, where we could then discuss, we could include some of the items that were listed, that parking could be allowed in the setbacks, no covered parking in that area, and then maybe allow a reduced parking for units in that particular area, such as like one space per unit.
The town center plan, in essence, will be that.
And the town center plan is overlaid over the CC zone, correct? Or is it separate or smaller?
There is a map in the general plan, which is essentially all the CH and the CC.
Well, so I don't know if there's a way that we can then reference that as part of the language for parking.
Doing B is allowing for that to be a resource to an applicant once it's created.
Here's, if I might, my concern is that somebody will be doing all the right things that the general plan wants them to do. They'll be hiring employees who are using public transportation or who live within walking distance, who aren't using parking spaces. They'll have tenants who are avid bikers and public transportation users who aren't going to have a car. These are all things that our general plan, regardless of whether we're ready for it or not, Phil, is encouraging and pushing us towards. And the whole way the downtown area and the merging of CC&CH itself. I mean, all of this stuff is designed to do this. And if one of the ways we respond to people who are doing that is to charge them a fee for parking, I think that's a problem. I think it makes a lot more sense to charge people with cars fees for parking as opposed to charging people who live downtown for parking, or people who aren't using cars for parking. So I don't understand how you can, I don't have the answer here. I'm just saying that I see holes in this theory that trouble me.
Can I ask a question or respond to that? The in lieu fees are charged to the owner or the landlord developing the unit at the time of the application. It is not for the tenant on a continuous basis. So I think it's a one-time deal. So it does put the onus on the owner to try to come up with something. And I understand, I think you're right, it should be the other way around. But I just wanted to clarify that, and correct me if I'm wrong. Okay.
That's correct. And of course, it's the owner that's supposedly getting some financial gain from creating the units.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. And the purpose of the in lieu fee is to get enough money to create these off-site parking places that you could then charge for, correct?
It's to mitigate the impacts of supposed car use that's not being provided for on the site.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to, there still is an incentive for these owners to develop the units. And I think that's kind of going back to the original concept, is that we're trying to encourage owners to develop these small units. And, you know, hey, you need to provide parking, but guess what? If you prove that you can't, there's a solution to that.
And if you're charging $500 a month for a unit, then you could pay a $500 in lieu fee, maybe. Can I ask a question in terms of legalities? Would we be allowed to waive, to provide a parking variance if someone was truly building an affordable unit for low-income people? Is that against the law?
No, with income caps, under the density bonus law, for example, that's one of the easiest ways for a municipality to accommodate the affordability rate.
That would be a great way to assist someone who's providing an affordable unit, whereas somebody else who's building a unit they're going to rent for $1,000 a month, I don't care if they have to jump through some hoops and pay in lieu fees and figure out how to do the parking. They're two very different.
No, there you go, Norma. I agree there. And I've got a note here that to bring this up is if a landowner wants to build an affordable unit that would help us under our RENA, et cetera, that should be definitely an accommodation. But just let me finish what I have to say is 1C, I think, would rather than saying requirement is adopted for this use, that it be approved by variance. And as Gordon pointed out, that would be a better approach for 1C. And that's all the comment I have. Otherwise, I think we're good to go myself.
But I guess the size itself, the limitation of less than 700 square feet or less, would get us, every single one of them would get us our RENA, right? They'd all count as towards the RENA because of the size.
Any unit, our affordability nut, if you will, is actually covered with the church site and Tenolima. Those are targeted, stipulated at a certain density with 100% housing, minimum 16-unit project, and that covers the low end of our RENA requirement. But we want to go beyond that.
So my question is, if somebody builds a gold-plated 700 square foot apartment on top of a building in downtown and rents it out for $8,000 a month because it's gold-plated, doesn't it still count because of its physical square footage as 700 square feet towards our numbers in RENA?
It counts as a market rate unit.
RENA has categories of affordability. You're required, for instance, say the town is required to provide 200 units. I'm making these numbers up. Of those 200, probably 10 could be market rate, and then 100 moderate rate, and then 100 low income.
But what is your affordability by design say about a 700 square foot unit?
That it's less expensive than a 1,400 square foot unit. And I would go back to what Morgan said. I would use Morgan's argument to make the point. Morgan said a 500 square foot unit is going to cost you $350 to build, and therefore it's not going to be affordable. You cut that 500 square foot unit in half, it's going to be half the rent. The owner's going to make the same rent. Actually, he's going to make a premium off the small space, because let's say that 500 square foot unit, he's got to make his cost, he's got to rent it for $2,000, let's just say. So if he makes 2 units, and let's ignore the added cost for the multiple fixtures and whatnot, you cut that in half, then it's $1,000 for half to make his money. He's actually going to charge more for the small. There's a premium on small space. He will make more per square feet. He or she will make more per square foot on the smaller space, but by definition, it will not command the same rent that the double space does, regardless of the numbers.
Or a regular apartment or house.
I'll tell you exactly how our RENA numbers come down in the 2015 housing element. We got credit for already zoned properties. We got credit for some things we built. We got credit for a couple of second units. And the rest was 124 units. Half of that, 62, were in the low income range. And we met that by 40 units at the church and 22 at Tenalima. The other 62 are market rate. But like we've heard from the public, hearing after hearing after hearing on the housing element, we want to go beyond. We don't want to provide 62 units of market rate housing in addition to 62 units of the below market rate. We want them all. So we're going beyond what the state's requiring from us in our policy. And not only are we going beyond it, we're creating a place where people don't need a car to exist in efficiency upstairs units. That also creates a variety of typology that used to be evident in old urban centers like Sausalito, Mill Valley. All the old urban centers, this is an old urban trolley car center. It's an old transit-oriented development hub that moved out from that old center of bars and tent platforms to actually traditional neighborhood design. A grid, Dominga Avenue, your street, Mono, are like as much of a grid as you could put in this topography anyway.
One final comment, I think, on my part is, I don't really have a problem with this language. If we state in the first paragraph that the following A and or B and or C and or D perhaps could be available by variance on a project by project review. What I would like to add, and you say you're working on it, may be D, that if an owner agrees to rent to someone who does not have a car, then, and they put that in the lease in writing, then I would be more willing to consider a variance on a parking space if they were.
And that's the part we're just hesitant to put in writing at this point. We're working on it.
Are you agreeing with what was that A, B, and C are cause for variance, or you can grant a variance if you have or is this not by variance? This is allowed. Are we talking about A, B, and C are allowed, or A, B, and C will be considered by variance?
These are the standards. And if you can't meet the standards, you can apply for a variance. And what I heard said was that you want to make it clear that you can take an approach of A, B, or C, but you can also apply for a variance instead of doing A, B, or C.
That's not what I heard her say. I heard her say that A, B, and C were reasons to ask for a variance, not allowed. and I'm just clarifying because I heard you say, these are the following reasons that you could come to us and ask for a variance, but which is not what I heard. I heard you saying what you just said, which is A, B, or C are just allowed. You're allowed to do A, B, or C. You don't have to ask us. It's the standard. If you want to do something other than A, B, and C, you can, so.
Well, the in lieu fee would exist if it goes through the process.
And then I heard you say that C was not allowed. C was just restating that you can come to us and ask for a variance if you want, rather than us stipulating a lower ratio.
That's saying tonight, do you want to go another direction and reduce the standards, or at a later date, if you go to amend the code and reduce the standards?
And that
It's always
could tie
available
in-
to you.
And that could tie in what I was suggesting, whatever, that when you said the name escapes me. but yeah, the overlay, the downtown center plan, we could address parking and some reduction in parking spaces for
Yes.
units could be addressed under when we work on that area.
You could take a radical approach where you don't want any parking on site. You want sites to be filled with buildings and not cars. I mean, it's totally up. The process will unfold. If we could get sort of closure on these three, because we got a lot of table to go through.
Right. So
that would also be when we could address whether we wanted to create an in lieu fee, right?
No, we're asking you, let me back up a second. This is what we thought we heard from you last time, with the caveat that number C was just sort of to remind you that you can reduce the requirements and you can reduce them at a later date, whether it's part of the town center plan or not. So this is what we thought we heard. We're asking for confirmation. If it's not what we heard, if it's not the way you want to go, let us know.
So,
and it doesn't preclude us from doing other stuff later.
Yes, that's right.
all right. So I guess, should we poll to see if we agree with the in lieu fee? Because I think maybe we're somewhat in agreement with the other items.
Well, it seems to me that the first question is, do we agree that, or comment or agree that language will be added to the draft ordinance that states the current parking requirements for the CC area is maintained? I think that's the question, is it? Yeah, the question, the question is really, do we want to maintain the current parking requirements in the CC zone? And that's kind of one question we need to answer. And then, if the following occurred, the sort of very if, and then we're sort of discussing about defining those A, B, and C. Personally, I think you have terrific definitions of a potential A, B, and C, but C, I think, should be on a variance basis.
I think C is the first thing. I had understood C to be the first issue that you said we needed to discuss, which is, do we agree that the current state of the requirement is appropriate for these units?
Okay, through the chair, I think that we should go with the language as stated with A and B, and C gives us all our options by variance. If they're supposed to meet the code, which is 1 or 2 spaces, but on a project-by-project basis, if they don't have the space, or they have to put it in the backyard, or they can't cover it, they can do an uncovered parking space, they come to us for a variance, and we can decide on a project-by-project basis. Is that
I think
correct?
that may be how you're reading it. I think that's not exactly the way we saw it as staff writing it. Look, variances are available to you as an exception to requirements, period. Okay, period. They're not going away. This is simply asking, in my mind, and this was added by our attorney, do you want to leave in the draft ordinance a statement that says that I mean, do you want to, one, now, not, the opening paragraph asks for confirmation that you want to keep the current standards, okay? And if you decide to keep the current standards, there's exceptions aside from variances to the current standards. That's an in lieu fee, that's a parking assessment district if it should be created in the future, or if you all decide to reduce the requirements at a later date. Simple, simple, just leave it like that.
Leave it like that.
So in other words, what you're saying is that there's no need to
Go any
keep
further.
C in there. It was just a suggestion that maybe we wanted to think
you
about
could.
that, and if we've decided
You
we
could.
don't want to reduce them,
if
then
you're
C is gone.
Could,
Yeah,
but
but if you want to leave C in there, having thought this through and hearing your conversation on how it can be misleading, I would say, or if in the future a reduced parking requirement is adopted for this use.
Can I just say something? I mean, I maybe I'm reiterating what Jim just said, but nothing has really changed in the code. The variances have been there. It's a mechanism that will continue to exist. This is just really addressing what happens when you combine CC and CH relative to these units. And so we're saying, okay, so now we need to add language to address these new types of uses. And I think these are all relatable. They all relate. I think they're all comprehensive. They address different things for this situation. So
Actually, I mean, no, that's not the way, I mean, I'm reading it, and I think I'm clarifying what you're saying is, if you look at the parking, 17.052.053, what we are proposing with A and B is an instead of, if you don't want to have one space, you can do the in lieu parking. If you don't want to have one space, you can become part of a parking district. It's an amendment, basically. What we're doing is we are amending section 17.052.030 to add in, instead of a studio unit having one space or two spaces, a building owner can say, I don't want to have to meet these requirements that are listed in this section. I'll give you an in lieu fee, or I'll become part of a parking district. It's not, it's an instead of the current requirements, right?
I heard Norma say that she doesn't want it to be just you can pay an in lieu fee. You can pay an in lieu fee if the commission agrees that you can pay an in lieu fee instead of providing the parking. So it's not a given.
That's not what this says.
Okay.
Right?
That's where we're having the problem. Okay. And so some of you have a problem with that.
So it applies across the board, not just for this specific condition of.
But only for central commercial zone, right, Jim? I mean, you can't, right, only
Okay.
for the central commercial zone.
So
Okay.
folks, listen, a little reality check. It is now 11:15 and my staff's been at work since 7:30 this morning.
And I would like to, and I don't know if we're going to reach any agreement tonight, and parking is on our list of items that we need to look at. And so maybe it needs to get moved up further, and this is going to be a continuing conversation, but I think the main thing is staff needs direction. Do we agree on the in lieu parking?
I like your idea of polling. You don't have to have a
Okay.
consensus.
Okay. So I think we should go forward with that, and we're going to parking is going to be an ongoing discussion. So, okay,
is
so
the
we'll start
poll
with.
like where we come out on parking?
Or just the in lieu. Do you agree with the in lieu parking fee, yes or no?
Let's do closing statements.
I do not like the in lieu parking fee.
Okay, Phil?
I like the language of 1A, B, and C as it is. I just want to make sure that we can have a variance situation for C. Yes,
No,
I like A.
I'm okay with an in lieu parking fee. I don't think it should be big.
I'll go.
I would agree with the member of the public who spoke that it should be high if we have an in lieu fee, and I really don't think we necessarily need one.
I agree with an in lieu fee, and it should be higher than lower.
So Bruce, you don't think we necessarily need one, but if we do, it should be a big one.
But do you think we should have one?
So do you think we should have an in lieu fee?
I don't really, no.
Okay.
I'll use the microphone. No, I don't really think we should have an in lieu fee at this time.
Okay. Esther.
I agree with the in lieu fee as long as the owner can prove that they cannot accommodate a parking or the required parking standard.
No one in lieu fee. So what's the tally on that?
I said yes on the in lieu with substantial fees. And also I like the idea of, not just because they don't want to provide it, but because they can't.
Can you just do a show of hands? How many believe in the fee? That's 4. Moving on.
District, I agree. It's a,
Everybody?
it could be a good thing.
How about C? How about C with the revised language?
No. I don't agree with Norma's characterization of C. I would rather we say this parking requirement is reduced for these types of units. That's my 2 cents.
So like.
I agree with that.
Okay, Phil had said earlier that, for instance, a 500 square foot unit would require the 2 spaces, a 200 square foot unit would require 1 space.
No, I think, yes, but I think it should be if there is a bedroom, if there's a separate room.
Right. I am modifying, having heard all this, I'm modifying that, and I think we should just stick with what's in the ordinance currently with bedrooms. If it's 1 bedroom, 1 parking space, if it's 2 bedrooms or more, etc.
A studio, 1 space, and a 1 bedroom, 2 spaces.
Right. Whatever is in the ordinance now.
You don't like C. You don't want us to come up with a different ratio.
I'll stick my neck out here, and I would actually say in the CC zone, I'd be fine saying that you only have to have 1 parking space per unit.
Talk.
How many of you want to keep it the same way that the code is now? How many are willing to consider reducing the standards? Okay, so that was.
So what's the standard? I know, I'm saying you want to reduce it. I saw the hands.
What do you want to reduce it to?
I just threw out an option. 1 unit per dwelling, and up to 700 feet. 1 space, 1 space per unit.
I think I mentioned that option also previously.
And of course, that option, like any other option, is subject to a possible variance.
And I'd like to take into consideration of spaces already there for the commercial use.
So
I
the
think
majority of you want to reduce the standards. You need to get together on what you want to reduce the standards to.
And Mimi, the shared use analysis is going to slow down this ordinance big time. I would recommend you wait until we visit the town center plan development.
And my fellow commissioners may outnumber me in that regard, but I'm kind of stubborn, sorry.
Okay, it's fine, that's fine. I can make my recommendation. So
Just give it, right. So I think I heard that the majority of you are willing to reduce it to 1 space for even a 1 bedroom. Correct?
Can I just make a point?
But if someone proposed a 2 bedroom, you go back to the 2 spaces. Okay.
So you're saying there's no difference if someone, in terms of the parking requirement, wants to build a larger 1 bedroom unit versus a studio. You're de-incentivizing smaller units.
I don't think that was my intent, at least. I mean, one of the reasons why I think we should lower the parking requirements is because when you get up above one space for a 700 square foot maximum unit, whether it's 12 bedrooms or one or a studio, I still think going for anything over one parking space is a mistake. And if you've got somebody who's built even smaller, multiple smaller units that are way more affordable, and let's say they, instead of the one 700 square foot, they have 3 200 square foot ones, now you're going to multiply that by 3 spaces. That, to me, is disincentivizing affordable housing. So that's why I have a concern.
Yeah, and it takes us back to that 1705230, which says the parking requirements shall be the aggregate of the requirement of the various uses per parcel. And so it's like a double whammy if they already have the parking, but we don't, we don't know what we're talking about. But if they have the parking and then you're adding 2 more seems...
Then they would file for a variance.
Right.
Or they would have, and they would have to pay the in lieu fee for those spaces.
Either or.
Either or?
It's not both, it's either or.
Okay, is it either or is it both?
It's up to you to decide.
Or.
That, please.
It's or.
No, repeat exactly what you're saying in total, please.
Yeah, didn't we just say that we're willing to consider reducing, we're willing to consider C, a reduced parking requirement by variance, depending on the specific...
No.
Not by variance?
No, you already...
Just as a one...
As of right.
You're creating
one.
You're creating
one
a standard.
Space for up to 700 square feet new second-story residential. 1 parking space requirement.
I guess, who would agree?
So for, let's say they're the 3 200 square foot units, would that also be the 1 space? I say yeah. Do you say yeah? That's what I'm saying, disincentivizes the smaller, more affordable units.
I know, I agree with you, but the code, or you could pay in lieu, or you could be part of
I don't like the in lieu.
Well, pretend you did for a second. Or you could be part of the assessment district. But say you've got 3 one-bedroom, 500 square foot units. Now you have to have 4 parking spaces, or no, 6 parking spaces. I'm saying you'd only have to have 3. If we went with the 1 for a 1-bedroom space, all we're really talking about changing in the current standard is that the 1-bedroom units go from 2 spaces to 1 space. That's what we're saying we would change. And it's maybe not as...
But what Jim's trying to tell you is you're trying to keep it, you're trying to say that for a large unit, and that's, if you say if you have a unit under 200 square feet, you get to only have 1 parking space. That encourages people to provide smaller units. But when you say it's blanket for whether you do a 200 square foot or a 700 square foot, that's not going to get you a lot of second units.
So then we
smaller
could,
units.
okay, so then our
Like
ratio
500 feet and less,
So
500 feet and under.
So our ratio could be by square footage. 700 square
We're
feet,
coming
in
right
my
back
mind's
to
already
what Phil
small.
said in the first place.
So 1 per, well then what's your 0 line? Because I went to 1, which is lower than what the current standard.
Well, I guess my other thought was that if you've already got the commercial parking covered, well, but okay, listen to me. If you've already got the commercial parking and it's less than 500 square feet, say 0, and if they don't have it, then they come in.
Okay, here's your language. If the current commercial uses meet parking standards, if the current commercial uses are up to conform with parking standards, Mimi, listen to me here because I'm trying to, okay, are in conformance with current parking standards, then no additional parking requirement for residential uses will be required for units under 500 square feet.
For any unit, 1, 2, or 3?
Any unit under 500 square feet, irregardless of the bedrooms, 500 square feet. Units.
And what if the commercial parking requirements aren't met?
Then that doesn't apply. Then game off. You got to follow your residential requirements.
Okay, can we move on?
Yes, let's move on.
That was our C. Can I have my Luffy now?
We're laying rubber now. Okay. So, we're done with 2 and 3 on unit size and affordability?
Can we just say we cannot restrict affordability?
We don't have to say anything. This is just saying.
Could if they decided to adopt a rent control ordinance. So I think it's. But so maybe politically there's no way, but I think it would be a mistake to say we don't have the authority to do that in a legal document.
We're not saying anything. We're simply asking you through a staff report to confirm that you're not going to put any restrictions in place.
Agreed.
Are we at uses? Okay. The table provided, attachment B, lists all the principally permitted uses and conditionally permitted uses in the existing CH and CC zones. It also lists which uses will be permitted uses in the new language of the CC zone and provides classifications for permitted uses. Please confirm which uses should be allowed conditionally, should be allowed or conditionally allowed or not allowed. In addition, please confirm the new use classification by category rather than by detailed use types. Attachment C lists the definitions of the proposed new use classifications. Please provide any recommendations regarding particular uses to add or remove from these classifications. For example, should food and beverage sales include supermarkets, or should that particular use be included within a different use classification? You don't have to answer right now. We'll get to it in the table. So, you have a table before you. There.
Can I ask you a
Yes.
question, Jim? Can I ask you a question? Because I thought that what we discussed with the attorney was that they just decide yes or no's, and she would fit them into a category and
That's
decide
correct.
whether the categories had to be changed.
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct. Thank you.
We have 2 types here. We have one that already says, yes, it's a CH use, but it is included in the CC. And then there's other sheets that leave blank whether it should be included as a conditional use.
I'm getting there. Mimi, you had a question?
I need to understand this new use classification issue a little better. We've got lists of uses that are very specific that are allowed, and if you have something different, you got to come in and get permission to do it. But if we classify uses under these broader categories, then anything that fits within that broader category would be permitted, or only the ones that are specified?
We're moving away from the specific use classification to categories. And this is how we interpret the transfer of both permitted uses and conditionally permitted uses into the categories. Now, depending on how you revise where we're going with this, we may have to revisit the definition of the categories.
Where is the move from the specified, very detailed descriptions into broad new use categories coming from?
It's been a policy that's been discussed for a long time by the Planning Commission, because this is the specific use classification is archaic. It doesn't keep up with the changing nature of businesses. It's not the norm. It's not best practices.
And I'm sorry, we have dealt recently with 3 such cases with the gymnasium and the tattoo studio and something else that have become now that were not allowed uses before.
So.
Okay, I have one question, is why is there so much animal sale and services? Why are there so many animal sales and services subcategories? Is that such a big deal in town?
I don't know, but we've got to go move through this table or we're never going to get there.
I'm not finished with my questions. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Because this is a really big picture question that I don't quite understand. And before you get into all this detail, I want to make sure I understand. So in my mind, that archaic, very specific list of uses was designed and put into the ordinance so that Fairfax could have very tight controls over the businesses that come into the town. Like a tattoo parlor is going to need a variance because it's not specifically identified. But if you've got a, automobile parts store, that's listed there, so you don't need to come in for that. And to me, when you shift towards a more general retail services, you lose all that control. And so that's where I'm going. I'm trying to understand, because in my view, as I was reading the list of very specific uses, my questions were like, why do we do all these things you can do? And just instead of saying, here's a list of things you can't do, like you can't have a sex shop or whatever, I don't know, but like identify specific things. And I thought, well, that's why they put all this huge long list in here, was because we didn't want to foreclose things that we hadn't even contemplated what they might be. So then when you move from very specific lists into very general use categories, it seems like you're opening yourself up to having things that you didn't really want in town coming in because they now fit under that broader general category.
So what I heard you was making a statement that you're questioning the policy direction that we had been given previously to move away from a specific use to categories.
And while there are categories, there are then also in the code, these definitions, these list of definitions are part of our code that do specify specifics, like personal services then does have the list. So I'm wondering how does that definition get applied when we are reviewing? Are we just taking the list and moving it someplace else, is my question? Or are we, so for example, personal services then lists provision of recurrently needed services includes barbershops, beauty shops, massage, tanning, seamstresses, tailors, shoe repair, dry cleaning, blah, 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 page 3 of the definitions. There's these definitions, and the definitions themselves have a whole list in them: tailoring, travel agencies, and self-service laundries. So I'm thinking in the future, if we have, if somebody comes in with a use that the staff is looking at and saying, are you going to have to go through all of these categories and the detailed list within a category and say, this doesn't fit within this detailed list? You know what I'm saying? Is how are these categories used in practice? Because are we just taking the list from one place and sticking it in another place, or is it used differently?
No, but this is a guide going forward on the thinking of you all, the Planning Commission, on how folding the list into the categories works. So Right. And if, Mimi's questioning this policy direction is perfectly legitimate. But this is the direction we've been given by the Planning Commission up until this point. And it is the more norm, not that Fairfax wants to be normal, but if you're, what you're bringing up now is not the direction we've been going up until now. So I would appreciate it if your fellow commissioners don't concur with you. If they do concur with you, then this is a big bump in the road. We still have to go through the exercise of what, if we're going to stay with specific list, what was in the CH that goes into the new CC. So the exercise we were going to go through tonight, if we ever get there, is still a valuable exercise. But the policy question you're bringing up, is a policy direction that we've received from you all, and we've also given our advice along the way that this is very abnormal. We still go through this exercise with these other types of businesses that aren't listed, that I have to make a determination whether it's similar to something else. That's why I brought the weightlifting back to you, and that's why I brought the tattoo parlor. I could have thought of the tattoo parlor like a beauty salon. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Okay? But I didn't. I wanted to err on the side of caution because there are some people out there that still think of tattoo parlors like people thought of them up until recently, when it has become a more accepted art norm for folks. So, and by the way, we got a couple calls about how outrageous the tattoo parlor was allowed in town. How did that happen? Well, it happened through a public process because we erred on the side of careful.
And there were 100 people here begging for it. But if we look at attachment C, page 4, retail uses, Mimi, instead of having a 3-page list of specifying stores and shops, one with a line of merchandise, one with a bicycle sale, one with, they all get combined into this retail paragraph, but they're still listed: candy, newsstands, specialty shops, variety stores, pet stores, craft shops, computer shops. Only they all fall under the retail category.
Right. Well, I think that the basic idea of simplifying this into categories is so that maybe fewer things will have to come before us, and there can be more permits issued over the counter type of thing, which is a goal of all of planning right now, is to try to simplify, because this process is also expensive for a business owner, et cetera. And we can't, tattoo parlors is a really good example. There's a Supreme Court case saying that tattoos are a First Amendment form of expression, and we can't eliminate them. No town can eliminate all tattoo parlors. So it's one of those things.
And I just want to say that when times are hard and you don't have a lot of uses wanting to go into spaces, having this list is very difficult for property owners because they get these unusual uses and then the person has to wait 3 months and go through a use permit process, and it discourages a lot of potential, tenants. So there's a downside to having the.
So, not on whether or not we should over the counter or not over the counter, or make everybody come in to ask us for permission or not. One of the other reasons why in the past I remember us talking about going to these categories had to do with our ability to then articulate, and I wrote down in here, articulate where on a property a kind of use is most is something that we want. So when we're talking about creating this CC zone or any zone, what we're trying to do is create a typology for the zone, kind of like what's the vibe of the zone, what's the look and feel of the place, and how do we want it to look. So in my mind, if we have a retail category, what I had written down here was saying retail should be in the storefronts. If you want to have a catering business, that should be not in the frontage of the store. So you can articulate residential uses go upstairs. Food manufacturing would go in the back of the building, maybe not in the front, because you want the frontage of your building to be kind of inviting pedestrian shopping district-y kind of thing. So you could then articulate categories of uses by where you might want them in a building, or you might then be able to articulate what kind of building characteristics you want by category, if you categorize them. Because right now, if we wanted to say, we don't have all retail uses in the storefront, we'd have to go through and say, electronic retail and this and this and this. If we group them all together, then we can move them around in larger building blocks if we want. I remember that being part of our discussion as well about why to group them. So I think grouping them into categories and then having the list inside those categories kind of gives us both. It's enough detail within the category to not say anything can be this kind of use, but it still lets us group them together when we articulate code.
So I think I'm understanding that you were asking earlier, are we just putting the list in a different place? Are we just taking the lists and putting them over here under the categories? But the key is where it says examples of, like under retail uses, examples of these retail uses, and then it lists a whole bunch of examples. But the idea is that it makes it very clear that something that's in that general vein would also be permitted, which is a little bit different from listing each one of those examples under the zoning, in which case it then, it's still, the staff then can go and say, well, this other thing that they're applying for is like one of those things.
It is making the code more accommodating.
Mm-hmm.
And some may not want the code to be more accommodating.
Just to tell one story that happened to us, to our family, we were starting, my wife was starting with 3 other midwives, a birth center right down the street there, and that wasn't one of the permitted uses. So we had to come before the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission didn't like the idea, and the town council actually decided to add that, and that's why it's still in there right now. This is one of the things on our list, is this, that's probably the most verbose of all of the uses listed here. It says, and it's actually too verbose, because it says an alternative birthing centers licensed by the state's Department of Health Services unless the requirement is waived by the state. I don't know how they came up with all that, but even with all that verbosity, it still didn't work, and it didn't allow us to actually do it. And other things changed, and we sort of dropped the issue, but it just was an example of how, even with council actually going and amending the ordinance in order to make a particular use be possible, it still is hard to get the details right to where it's a perfect fit, and without the perfect fit, you need the variance. So I'd say I support, and I do remember the direction being given that we should go toward categories. I do think the categories do make sense.
But in that particular situation, I think one of the issues was that it was a residential unit being converted to a birthing center, a midwife center. So that was one of the complications with that. It had been a residential unit, but it was just that really tiny unit that that part
no, I don't think
runs
so.
Right into.
Because it was CC. It just had a
It's not just verbosity. Maybe they decided the state required a license and they had to put that kind of condition in there. But let me just say that this is a long list, and the hour is late. But I had a few specific questions about the table. Are we going to get to that? Or?
I think that we're trying to get to that, but Jim, how do you respond?
Did you all go through the table and did you mark like ones that you might have an issue with, and then, so can we just go through them one at a time, and if nobody has an issue with yes or no, whether it should be included, we can just keep going till we find one that someone has a question or right? Does that make sense? Okay.
I guess I just still have concerns that people whose uses may not be listed in the definition of retail sales or whatever could argue that they have the right even if Jim decides that it's different because it's worded the way it is as opposed to the very specific allowances. And that's all I'll say on that.
I believe in our code currently, and I couldn't find it in any of the attachments, there's already a provision that says that staff can make the determination of a like use, even with our list. So, an applicant could come and make the argument, point at the furniture thing in the list or the art supply thing in the list and say, I'm like this, you have to give it to me because we have a provision in our code that says, or something similar to this list.
And I don't have to agree, and their recourse is to appeal my decision.
Right.
Can I ask a question about the list, assuming that we are going to get onto the list within the hour? I thought you were going to explain what all the blanks are, because it sort of starts out in some of the first pages that these columns are all filled in, and then as we get later on, they're all of a sudden, none of them are filled in?
If you're ready, I will go through the table.
Tables.
Let's move on and go through the table.
Let's move on.
Okay. Page 1.
Why were there different tables?
First category.
We'll get there.
I'd like to start with the very first one, alternative birthing centers. Even though it says yes on the new use classification, we recommend that would be considered under offices and that it would be under notes upstairs only.
That's not written in here.
It's not written there.
Okay.
We've gone through here, and we're going to go line by line and volunteer what we think the blank should be, and if we have an opinion. If we don't have an opinion, we're going to ask you, okay? If you want to take issue with anything page by page that we're not covering that's not blank or we don't have a note on, chime in as we go down the table, if that's okay.
Maybe it would help you guys if you knew the history. The attorney came up with this table. She left things blank that she expected staff and the planning commission to fill in. So if you agree with what she filled in, that's fine. If you disagree, we'll talk about it, and then Jim's going to help you fill in the blank parts.
And we filled in most of the blanks. Some of them we've left.
I would suggest if you're going to leave this one in, take out the word alternative, because that's what the problem was. In the alternative birthing centers, if each word were capitalized, it would make more sense, actually is a term in state law, and it means something really different than what this was intended to mean.
And this language is not going to show up in the code.
So
this language is not going to show up in the code. This is the language in the table. This is how it was defined in the existing code. It will disappear.
I thought what we're going through is going through this and deciding what to do with them. So
whether they would be allowed under the new category.
Added to offices medical?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, you're saying
yes.
strike
That's
this
what.
whole
That's
thing
no. That's what I. No. Okay.
Okay.
The new they would. Yeah, and we would, and in the definition, with your points well taken, we would not. We'll take your recommendation to not use alternative.
So we're saying that the list of uses would not include this.
It would go in the office's medical list.
Definitions.
And then offices medical would be permitted
on the second floor, and then you need a variance if you want to be on the first floor.
Do you want to go sort of line by line through this?
Yes.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'll never get there. Okay, on my page, there are two blanks about 5 and 6 down, or 4 and 5 down. Appliance repair domestic. Appliance is it's not even listed in the CH or the CC, and appliance sales domestic is listed in the CH. What say ye? That's your chair.
Yes. But you're skipping animal grooming and supplies, which is currently allowed in the CH. But if the CH goes away, that means we yank it and it completely goes away. So
No.
Okay. See, the top of the heading says the intention is to include it in the new CC permitted uses. So it's going to be permitted. Yeah.
have any, let's start with the blank ones on each page and then circle back if you have any issues with what's been assumed. Is that okay? Okay. So with regards to appliance repair domestic, should that be included?
I think it could be included, but not, as Shelley was saying, in a storefront.
In the back. I have a bunch of them where I say yes, but not in the front of the property.
So is there a provision right now to classify, like with a footnote or something, that's only
That's what the
allowed in
notes
the
are about.
upper
Yes,
floor,
yes, that's what
upper,
the notes
or in
are
the
for.
rear? Okay.
Yes, and that's what I just stipulated with the first one. Upstairs only, it would require a variance on the first floor. So, appliance repair domestic.
What's domestic mean? Only U.S. made appliances? No, that you can't mean by that. What do you mean by that? Household appliance.
As opposed to a tractor.
What is the thing? Is this,
Okay,
does this
household.
mean,
Maybe you should use
One is
residential.
repair, one is sales.
right, but does this include like a dishwasher and
Okay.
a washing machine and dryer, or is this a smaller appliance?
Folks, my goodness,
That was my
this
question.
is like so in the woods. Just please, a show of hands. Should appliance repair be included in the new CC? Are you taking these notes? I am. Okay, good. Appliance sales? Yes? Can I have a show of hands? And stipulation where?
No, that's
Sales are, yeah,
you're going to walk in the store and see the appliances, right?
Okay. Anything on this page that's already been filled in you have an issue with? Oh my God, we're on page 2. I knew it was too good to be true. Wait, where, excuse me?
What is the artists, studios, and galleries? It says yes, but it doesn't have a new use classification.
Here's what Katie said, the attorney. She said, she just wants us to decide yes or no, and she will fit them into a category, and she may have to redefine, she might have to change the categories to make all our uses fit.
And that, for the
And
record.
she will do that.
And for the
And then we'll bring
record.
it back to you.
For the record, that's how I started this. I said the definitions may have to be modified based on what you pull in. That's the chair.
yes.
So I wanted to just make sure that when you have something like bicycle sales and repair or audiovisual sales and service, that the and means that they have to both exist together, that you can't have a bicycle repair shop. Because I would want to say that the bicycle, if it was just a repair shop, it would be, sorry, what? It would not be in a storefront. So I'm just clarifying that when it says and, that means that both of those are happening together.
Like the bike shop across from the Good Earth. There's the bike shop that's in the front and the repair in the back. Bike shop in the front, repair in the back.
I'm just clarifying when you talk to your lawyer about doing all this, that somehow that's articulated, that things that are service and repair, and I circled a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them that say service, repair.
Okay, can we move on?
Well, I think you're going to skip over her point about bicycle shops and repair.
No, I just took a note that the repair is in the back, if it's a standalone business.
So what you're suggesting, Shelley, is all repairs go in the back,
Yes.
but not all services go in the back.
Well, when it says audiovisual sales and service, it means, what does that
Repair.
mean? I was reading services, yeah.
Auto repair.
Okay.
Keep going.
We're on page 2. Here is what Linda and I went through this, and our take would be no, without a conditional use permit.
I agree.
Agree.
It always gets out of hand.
It's not permitted unless you get a CUP. Do you concur?
Yeah, I do.
How many concur?
But it's currently allowed under CH, right? But we're moving CH into CC, so you're going to take something that was previously allowed in CH and say, sorry, no more.
It's not, that's the exercise. Folks, listen for a second. That's the exercise. That's what the column says. Do you want to include this in the new CC as a permitted use?
Well, going back to what Shelley said earlier about trying to sort of define the feel of a particular zone, I think that's why it was allowed in CH, because CH is intended to be a zone that's sort of big things that are on a highway with big parking
Auto-centric.
lots around them, and maybe even a parking lot in front of it, and not so many pedestrians. And we're now combining CH into CC, and the definition of a CC zone is more like pedestrian-oriented kind of a place. And so that's why we might take something that used to be permitted under CH and get rid of it. That would be the reason for that.
Clarification, we're not getting rid of it. We're moving it from permitted to conditional use permit. Right.
Okay, slightly half down, past half down, carpenter shops, cabinet making. Our recommendation would be no without a conditional use permit.
We do have Madeira furniture, right? We do have one place.
But that's on the...
That's on Sir Francis Street,
Yes.
but that's going to become CC, right?
Yes.
And they'll become
So
legal non-conforming. So they're legal
non-conforming.
non-conforming.
I'm
If they
just
wanted to
pointing that out.
expand or anything, they would have to come to you for a use
don't
permit,
want
but
a
they
new
can
one.
continue to operate.
If you think, yeah.
I was confused why you said no to carpenters and cabinet making, but yes to furniture making. Like, there's a couple of other categories. There was a couple of other, there was a furniture, hold on, I'll find it. All right, I wrote it, because I wrote it down. There was furniture repair and upholstery, and that there's another one that's a general upholstery, and those were yes. And I was like, why is furniture repair and upholstery a
So
reasonable
when
use,
we
but
get to
cabinet
that,
making
when we
isn't?
get to that, make a recommendation not to. Each one.
I wasn't, but we wouldn't get to that because it wasn't blank.
You can't, no,
Okay,
you can,
okay.
anything that's been filled in, if you have an issue with,
Okay, that's fine. Then I'm not willing to say yes or no until we talk about it as a category of use, meaning if we're going to say yes to furniture and upholstery, then we ought to also let cabinet makers make their cabinets. So I think it's we
So
put
we
it on
think
hold.
that furniture making should be changed to no, without a use permit.
so Shelley, if you had gone through this list, then you have that in your mind already, and you could avail us to each category that you think should or should not be included.
She's just talking about consistency.
I know that, but you can be consistent in your recommendations. We don't have to visit them all together.
If you want to allow both
The
of
allow-
them, and you all agree you want to allow both
I'm just
of
trying
them,
to shepherd
we're
us
fine
through
with
this
it.
process.
You're trying to shove us through the process.
Shove me.
And I think that it is late, and I understand why, but I also have a question back for everybody. You know, it seems like there's like, oh, uses we don't want. And I guess I question that. I lean much more towards yes than I do no on something like a cabinet maker and carpenters.
Well, I feel the same way. My leaning, I don't understand why we're excluding cabinet makers.
We're just saying a use permit. That's all we're saying. We're not excluding them. We just a use permit because there's other factors that should be considered.
I would
We're
say
talking-
yes, not in
We're
the
talking about the central commercial area of town that we're talking about the central commercial part of the town which relies on retail activity for its survival. So I believe that's why we were recommending no, but if you want to go another direction, just make the recommendation.
So just to clarify,
You're also
the
trying
assumption
to
I'm
encourage
hearing.
residential, and these are noisy.
Yeah, the assumption I'm hearing is that a cabinet maker is going to have larger machinery and make bigger things which have to be hauled out the door and put into a bigger truck than a furniture maker would. Is that kind of what the justification is?
I'm sorry, you have to speak into the mic.
I think we should just go line by line and we can reconcile the differences.
I think
Because
that's
this is
exactly what we're doing. We're looking at cabinetry, which was the one that We were talking about carpenter shops, cabinet making. That's the next one that Jim asked us to look at.
Right. Right, so is the answer yes or no?
And I don't think every single one of us could, know with ESP that we all agree on yes or no. And that's why we're having a discussion as opposed to just spontaneously all being in agreement.
Okay, so I hear yes on carpenter shops, cabinet making?
No, you're not hearing spontaneous agreement, and you're trying to draw out of a whole lot of cacophony of different interpretations and opinions one answer.
We're saying it requires a use permit when we say no.
Yes.
By no, we mean not permitted.
Not permitted.
Good. Sure.
Okay, you got 6 to 1 there. But with the CUP. 6 to 1 no.
Yeah, we're saying that use would require a use permit.
Okay, the bottom two. Let's start with department stores. Yes or no?
Of a certain size, or is the variety store considered a department store? No, that's a variety store. I say no.
How many no's?
Not without a conditional use permit.
How many with a conditional use permit?
What? That's what a no is.
No is, yeah.
No doesn't necessarily, no, well.
Long we've been saying no means conditional use permit. No, it's not permitted.
Thank you.
Look,
Okay.
let's, Jim,
No,
let's make sure we're all on the same page, at least. If we say no, it means we're asking that use be
conditional.
It does not necessarily mean that. It might be a restricted use with or without a conditional use permit.
Right, so we should specify when we say no that
in the column,
either use permit or not permitted.
Well, let me give you an example. Well, okay, no, I'm not going to give you an example. Okay, so.
I hear what you're saying. There's 3 options. There's permitted, conditional use permitted, or
Not
no
allowed.
way ever. And but so far, we've not been doing that. We've been doing, when we say it's not a permitted use, meaning it's a conditional use. Unless
We will assume, you would like us to assume that if you say no, it's automatically with a conditional use permit unless you say not at all. Yes. How about diaper service? Yes. Sorry, Madam Chair.
We have laundries.
Madam Chair, could you please lead the polling?
Did we make a decision? We made a decision on department stores? You
Yes.
have an answer on that?
The answer was no, with the CUP.
Okay. So now diaper service. So I guess, are we saying permitted? How many say permitted? How many say with use permit?
Can we make our case?
Okay. Next, does anybody have something?
Can't we make our case? Can't we try to change their minds?
We're never going to get through this.
Okay.
So wait a second. If you want to debate everyone, fine. We'll come back and we'll do this again. I don't want to cut the debate short. I don't want to be accused of doing that. We'll do this again.
I could stay here all night.
I can't do that to my staff.
well, I can't do that to myself either. Can we? So we're going to page 3. I had a question about why finance companies isn't just a yes.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Yes.
Where are we?
Well, I don't know how well decisions we make at this late of night. So what is the timeline that you have to finish this by?
We don't have a timeline. We would like to do it sooner as opposed to later. We're technically out of compliance with our housing element until we complete these zone changes, but that's okay. We're not going after any funds that are getting dinged from us, so we have some wiggle room.
What is tentatively, how many items do you tentatively think you have for on the next agenda?
We have many items. So we would probably ask for a special session.
All right.
We don't have to decide on when right now. Well, we hadn't, would you like me to explain the green pages? Yes. I have no idea.
Well, let me say this. Let me make a motion, if I might, to continue this discussion to another special session if necessary, because we've gotten through 2 pages in about a half an hour, and if we keep going like that, it's going to get beyond midnight, and there's a lot of opinions here. So I'm making that motion, and then we move on with the agenda. That's my motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 I have a process question about that, what we just decided. Are we allowed to make a bunch of notes and send them to staff ahead of, like, could we direct ourselves to individually go through this and send them? No?
It's a nightmare for us to do that. You have to agree. So we don't unilaterally.
I think we also need to make this a public forum item too, don't we?
No.
Under the Brown Act?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Don't we need to make this a public
Yeah.
forum discussion? I mean,
Right.
we could have an audience here, we just don't.
Right.
But
Right.
anybody who complains about tattoo parlors should have been here. That's all
I wasn't saying that we were making a decision behind the scenes because we weren't talking to each other. I was just saying there could be 70% of these items that we would unanimously say yes to, in which case we don't have to talk about it. If somebody just tallied that up ahead of time and then fed it back to us in a public forum that said,
If you really thought you could just write in yes or no, I would think that would be okay, but I know what would happen. I would get yes with a bunch of little comments, like in the back,
And we'd spend the whole next session explaining what we had had given to us.
I would suggest that we can't do that. I really don't think we can do that. I hear what you're saying, and I don't think it's legal anyway. But I think that if we are of fresher mind earlier in the evening, and we now understand what this was for, because I didn't understand what the blanks were for. There's a lot of stuff I couldn't figure out what this was about. And so I think we can probably go fairly quickly. And so I would suggest that we consider our dates and see whether we can all look at our calendars and see whether we could have a special session and just get caught up, and it might not take more than an hour or so.
I would just, if it's okay, I would like to poll you all via email when I get back to my calendar. I don't have my calendar, and I need to look at other dates for,
And check building availability, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because our buildings get used all the time, so we.
Okay, so that seems like a reasonable request, so let's, what's the next item on? The minutes. So does anyone?
Minutes go for the next, or
Do we need to,
maybe we need
well, unless, does someone have any corrections?
I actually did. And these are more questions to my fellow councilmen, my fellow commissioners, because I did not recall some of these things. So on page 3, it says that the second full paragraph, Chair Green said that federal law classifies marijuana as a class 1 drug and state law allows for up to 12 plants. So that's accurate as far as you're concerned? That wasn't what I recalled you saying, but.
I did say that, and I noted a particular statute about it, but then you also brought up that there was a Supreme Court case that had modified that statute. So even though I said that, you maybe have corrected that idea.
Okay, sorry. The top of page 4, where it's talking about Lynette Shaw, it says, she knows the people who have been safely and quietly growing marijuana in their backyards may have them dismantled because the law limits the amount of space that can be used. And I think she said the number of plants as opposed to the amount of space.
She also wanted 99 plants.
Right, but I think what she was talking about was the proposed ordinance limited the number of plants. And then in the last paragraph there, I was just going to ask Chairman Caroline if that was an accurate reflection of what you said, where it says she believes the number of plants should be restricted to 6 plants per person. That wasn't what I recalled you saying.
You're correct in your, in that, Mimi, that I thought we should be more generous than the 6 plant.
And
well, I guess there's I think I mentioned the 6 plants per person, but say that if there was more than one person at a particular site, then there should be allowed more than 6 plants on the particular site. So that's what I was trying to say, but.
And then on the next page, in the second paragraph, maybe the first full paragraph, about halfway down, after it talks about, I felt that it was unfair Fairfaxian to restrict the cultivation of marijuana beyond what is allowed by the state. She believes that restricting the cultivation of plants to 100 feet and 500 feet is appropriate. If you could just add after, if appropriate, if the state sets those limits. And I think that's all my comments.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I have a comment that we go so fast and things happen really quickly here that these minutes are quite excellent, and these few changes that we make is no reflection on our minute takers, secretaries, etc.
I agree. Thank you.
That was a compliment, Joanne.
Okay, so do I hear a motion for approval?
Motion to approve the minutes as corrected.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay, so the next item is zoning ordinance updates.
I'd recommend just continuing this, and we can talk about it next time.
Okay, and then do we have a planning director's report?
I'm going to limit it to just reminding you that the cutoff for going to the Planning Commission Academy, registering for it, is February 2nd, but you should really do it as soon as possible through me, because I'll be paying for it, because they're going to run out of seats eventually. They usually sell out, and this is, I believe, over in Dublin? San Ramon. So we will be glad to cover your tuition, which is 500 and some odd bucks for the full ride, which is worth it. But we would expect you to drive carpool over and back, 2 of you carpool over and back. And last time I think we paid for 3, Roxanne, Esther, and Phil. Did you go to the last one?
No.
Somebody went.
I think we shared.
Yeah.
So we kind of.
But there were
split
3
up
of
the
there was
days.
Roxanne, there was you, and I forget who else.
It was Shelley.
Shelley, thank you. Yeah. It's a really, really, really good thing. And by the way, their keynote spokesman I used to work for, Peter Calthorpe. He's sort of a visionary in smart growth.
Well, just let me say, I'd be glad to go if I can carpool with someone and not drive. Thank you.
It starts, it is March 2nd is registration, and it's Wednesday, March 2nd, Thursday, March 3rd, and Friday, March 4th, 3 days. So if you contact me.
So it would be 3 days, or we can just go for 1 day, or what are our options there?
You go online. I think I sent you the link. Figure out what you want to do. Let me know. I make the reservation and pay.
Okay.
I'll take a look. I don't know that I can do 3 days, but maybe 1 or 2 I'd love to catch 1 or 2 days.
So.
Okay.
That's it for me.
All right, so are there any commissioner comments and requests?
Yes, I have one that's really kind of important. Interesting you got calls about the tattoo parlor. Again, the penal code requires, section 653 requires that they not offer or tattoo anybody under 18. And I remember during the hearing they said they would put up a sign, say no one under 18 allowed, and there is no such sign. Another comment about that particular use is that the windows, I thought, were going to have some kind of decorations on them. Maybe there still are going to, but anybody can look right through the big glass windows and see, what the details are.
And we did reach out to I believe you called the owner asking them about putting in a curtain, or you're going to?
Yeah. When we went out.
I'm sorry, on the record.
We got the complaint, we went out, there were no people visible being tattooed. They were screened by a screen. But we offered to the people that had complained that if they wanted us to, we would ask the owners if they were willing to do more screening. Now, if you're seeing people being tattooed, then we definitely will talk to them about putting up a screen.
No, I can't
Additional
say I've
screening.
seen that, but I have not seen any sign that talks about them not being under 18.
At the time,
problem.
somebody said it was already up, so we'll check into that.
They said it was stenciled on the window from the prior use.
Yeah, so we'll go look again, and we'll make sure they get that up.
Yeah, I think it was, and it's not up anymore, so they've actually taken it off.
It off somehow, yeah.
And also, I asked you to forgive me if I got a little stressed out tonight. We've been on deadlines and working very hard, so forgive me if I got a little thin-skinned tonight.
Okay, so I guess the last item is if we have a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We shall adjourn. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty